let's take off the tinfoil hats, right?
Yeah. All right. Anyway, hi everybody. How you doing? Welcome back to Simple
The
Path.
shadow government.
Stop.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang?
Shadow Wizard Money
why-
Gang. We love
do
casting
I-
spells.
Okay.
Oh, what a way to start. So, hi everybody. Welcome back to Simple Path. Today is going to be a much more relaxed session, as finally the bloodshed and the mass destruction as a result of the Troglodyte raid has finally come to a stop. The conflict ceases. People are allowed their reprieve. And also, for those applicable, chance to mourn. As life goes on and the village goes on to rebuild itself. But before we do that, we have to consult what happened to Mallory.
Oh,
Did you make your backup character?
Quest?
huh?
Quest?
What's up, Ray?
Quest? I don't think... okay, it's just switched over. There's a really big delay. Okay, no, you are unmuted. Sorry, I was looking at your... your Twitch was all kinds of goofed up for me. I clicked on it to make sure that everything was working fine, if you were unmuted, if everything was working, and I was still getting ads, and it was on the starting Stoon screen for like 15 minutes. But it's fine. It is working now. It's just there's a delay.
Yeah, I think when you log into Twitch and watch a channel, you first get the ad run.
Yeah, they made it so that you only get the ad when you tab over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, right. I say, did you make your backup character? Anyway, so
Yeah,
sorry.
next time, tell me in advance.
No, Mallory, what happened with you in your decoy village? Up to the side. Now, it did not draw off the majority of the force, which is probably to your benefit, because it was you and a small group, and if a larger contingent of the Troglodytes had attacked, that may have spelled your doom.
Mhm.
It did, however, pull away a decent portion of the of some of the invading Troglodytes. Smaller ones who could be tempted by a soft target, or potentially those too scared to live in the main village. What followed was something out of a schizophrenic World War II dark history documentary, as you and your small team of, I suppose we'll call them special forces, along with Pristinian, hid yourselves in the intended places, as you had all orchestrated and practiced before, and waited and waited. And even as the smoke rose in the distance and the sound of fighting came over the rooftops, you waited. Till eventually, you curious troglodytes came in. Then left, and then returned with a larger group. They started going to the buildings and rifling through, turning things upside down and looking for any traces of something to grab, someone to kill. Then, you sprung the trap. Pristinian lit the fumes. He lit the smoke bombs, so to say. And what followed between you and your highly desensitized special forces group was a group of ghosts walking through the choking smoke as the troglodytes reeled and screamed and clawed at their eyes, and you all systematically, one by one, went from troglodyte to troglodyte and struck them down. Tall, imposing figures with bandana masks and goggles and drawn, glinting steel walking through the smoke. and executing your enemy with impunity. So well drilled were your men that you did so without any casualties. And that also gave your allies some breathing room by reducing the amount of reinforcements that they would have to deal with in the primary fight. So, that little detour aside, it has, I'm going to say, been a couple weeks. The fires have died down. The damage is being repaired. The ground is healing. It's starting to regrow. The snow is finally starting to melt away in entirety, and we're seeing the first traces of green. Wounds have healed, though maybe not scars that go a little bit deeper. And the village starts to put itself back together a bit. You haven't heard from or at least haven't heard very much from Nida a little while. Roscoe isn't a lot better. Nida herself has been going about her daily work, chores, splitting wood, helping with the repairs. But anyone you'd ask would tell you she hasn't spoken a word since the attack. And Roscoe, for his part, seems to be at a bit of a loss, though he tries never to stray too far away from his daughter when he can manage it. He always just seems to be just within eyeshot of her. Just within watching distance. Never without a crossbow. And a break. Lovely.
Twitch is Twitch is an asshole.
It's bugging.
And it's done.
Imagine if you wanted to tell a story, but bam, and
Yeah, but Twitch said.
Well, I'm going to tell you all a story. But first, here's a word from our sponsor.
So, that's been something of a delicate and hot button issue within the village. The others are the raw destruction, the wholesale or at least large-scale ending of many of the troglodytes, as unfortunately siege light. As the many of the troglodytes unfortunately succumbed to their wounds as a result of the glyphs that had burst on their bodies, that last gasp of retribution that the raid party leader executed. Last act of spite. A great many of the troglodytes that were hiding away in the building also perished. Themselves not being particularly sound or strong of body, were easily dispatched as a result of the magical explosions, and there just wasn't enough healing to go around. The only, even visiting the new warren and nest, even the Warren Guard did not get away unscathed, as when you would go to visit her, you would find her with a fresh stream of blood flowing down her back, and what almost looks like a circular slice taken out of her back. She lives, though. If she has proved nothing else, she is a tough old biddy. The eggs are the only parts of the troglodyte tribe that managed to escape those explosive markings. Questions for another time, perhaps. But for now, the troglodytes are left devastatingly low in number. There are perhaps at most a handful left, not including the Overseer and the Warren Guard. And the village is calling a bit into question whether or not there's really much of a point, or if the destruction the tribe has wrought and the way that it shook the people's faith, and the way that shortly before there was the debacle with the troglodytes proving themselves untrustworthy, at least in the eyes of many of the more distrustful villagers, whether or not after all that, and after seeing so many of their own die, whether or not they should remain scared, or if there should be cause to commiserate with them, or to be even more wary of them. But for now, that is not a concern, as people right now are more focused on building themselves back up, and the village by proxy. Houses are being put back together, as are people. The ground heals, grass is regrowing, just a bit of green begins to return to the land. And before long, it finally actually looks like spring has come. And with that, finally, the village finishes, and yeah, they finish the cruder parts of the reconstruction. And for one night, a small, somber celebration is held. It's not a lot. The village doesn't have a lot. But what it does have is a small reserve of alcohol, a good chunk of food as the results of the efforts of our party, and finally a chance to breathe and realize that while this may not be the end of things, there are still threats to the north and all around, and there are other issues to be wary of. Creatures abound, threats from the mountains to the west, and that ever-looming issue of the White Gods. But for now, the troglodyte tribe is scattered, broken, and their leader roles have either been subsumed or have been killed. And as a result, the village no longer fears those regular dreaded attacks from the troglodytes. And it almost seems like the people of the village just don't know what to do with themselves now that they're not living in fear. So what they do is they drink quietly. They raise their drinks to those past, those yet to come. And there's a small unspoken hope. They dare to hope that they'll be able to come back from this, and that the people in the future who live here never have to endure something this bad, never have to go through what they did. That, I'm going to transfer everybody over to the village map.
Oh, hey, it's not a frozen, frigid
Oh.
death trap anymore. Hooray.
It's,
Oh,
it's
pretty
not
nice.
just grayscale. Yippee.
That's so nice.
I forgot I wasn't on roll 20, so I didn't have it up.
I like how I scrolled over to the left and the mammoth is now hanging out in that one field.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. There's
Turns out that
That's Barry.
Turns out that Harbis and Yannabel have been working together after he put that mammoth to sleep to domesticate it.
Hey,
Oh.
And with luck and some time, the village will have a steady source of because it is a female. They have a free source of heavy lifting, and as well as a steady stream of usable milk. Their hopes is maybe one point to go north before the mammoths start moving too far north, as a result of the shifting climate, and nab a male. But that's a long-term project for them. Something they will try to concern themselves with. But it could potentially mean, if the village can get a breeding stock of mammoths, potentially great things.
When I see the mammoths and the idea of farming said mammoths, I can't help but not think of the giants from Skyrim, and I hate
Yes.
that.
Yeah, the mammoth cheese.
Mammoth cheese.
Yep, that's exactly where my mind went to.
The only thing I'm thinking right now is that, damn, you brought back Fluffaluffagus, bro. We have them.
Harbis is already talking about how he hopes to make what's it called, hummus, at some point. But you know, we'll see how that goes. So, spring has finally come. The village is recovering. And you guys have had the chance to yourselves heal, rest up, recover a bit. And the eminent question looms. When are you guys going to return and get your reward?
Right after we burned down the village, obviously. Joking.
we subjugate the
I
villagers. They won't expect an
Yes.
attack from within.
And I cast spontaneous simulation. I'm kidding.
Execute Order 66 in the villagers.
Well, I can't. At least not for a while. I have to get things more stable.
We also need to talk to Roscoe. One of us needs to.
Not me. I don't think that's a good idea for me to.
You were the
Anyone
partial
else
reason
want-
his daughter died. What?
Yeah, I am too. Oh, not his daughter died, but I'm partially the reason that his wife died.
Dang, you guys messed up that bad.
I'll do it.
Okay. So,
I'll like to follow Vark.
Karya and Aiko being of the opinion that they can't really look Roscoe in the eye right now, prefer to renege and let somebody else take over that conversation. Understandable. There is also the topic of a few things people wanted to do when the session came around that I would say would have gotten done in those 2 overarching weeks. Right. So, there were a couple of things people wanted to get done. Vark is going to try to talk to Roscoe. There was also a discussion of, I believe Holo and Karya had some things they wanted to get done.
Hollow, Karia, and Vark. Yeah.
Wait, Hollow also had some personal stuff he wanted to get done.
Correct.
So I think we'll do that first.
Oh lord.
So Hollow, you expressed an interest in perhaps trying to commune with your patron.
Mm-hmm.
Well, invoking your patron isn't difficult. She is known both as the deep ocean as well as the flowing stream. Any such body of water is a decent place to invoke her, and all it requires is a bit of meditation.
Quick questions, but still on topic. Has Paka came back?
No, in order to resummon him, you will have to go to a body of ocean water.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. But yeah, I guess the day I'll do this, I'll tell Lolo that before essentially heading out into the stream and submerging myself in the stream.
Okay.
Another one of those days is where everyone's like, "Where's Holo?"
Well, Lola follows you because she's a familiar, but also she is your direct connection to your patron.
Yeah.
And so taking the time to submerge yourself in the flowing water of the river, anchoring yourself on the riverbed, you assume a meditating stance and turn your gaze inward in hopes of projecting questions outward. What follows is a few minutes of nothing, as well as Lolo just kind of coasting in the water next to you. Followed then by Lolo coming around the front and looking you dead in the eyes. Before then, your entire world is engulfed in blackness, as her gaze seems to consume you.
Mm-hmm.
What follows is an unfamiliar yet almost deja vu scene for you, where you stand at the mouth of a river leading into not the Mirror Sea, because that's almost the opposite of this. It's not the ocean you're familiar with, or at the very least the one that you traversed to get to where you are now. The ocean you see before yourself is one that foams and bubbles. It is a hellmouth of exotic and dangerous sea life. Large sea serpents frequently break the surface, forming great arches as they blast out of the water and then swoop back down into it. The water is a cauldron of activity, and it foams with blood and various predatory activity. But the river mouth you stand at is strangely tranquil in comparison. And standing there, you get the sense that where you were hoping to make contact with your patron, you have. It's right in front of you.
Like she's literally right in front of me.
Yes. You get the sense that this frothing, seething ocean of predation is her. At the very least, perhaps a metaphorical interpretation that your mind has cooked up. Who knows?
Oh, this is getting Lovecraftian. Okay. I mean, fits, anyways.
So my question to you is, standing here at this tranquil river mouth, overlooking this chaotic cauldron,
Maelstrom.
what is Hollow going to do?
Hello again, Father. He will say as he just kind of just sits down, I guess.
Mhm.
If he's I'm waiting for it to respond first.
There is no immediate response. This is one of the difficulties of being beholden to any higher power. Whether it be a spirit or whether it be a god. They don't do direct communication very well.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to get a solid word out of them is, let's say, it's like pulling teeth. In somehow would somehow imply that you can force them to, or you can wrangle them anyway. They are, especially your patron, can be inalienable sometimes. Some strange and hard to understand, and then weirdly direct in her own way. A quirk of your particular patron.
Mm-hmm.
Some might see it as a boon, others not so much. But as your words echo out across the water, and as you fear perhaps for a moment that your words may be drowned out by the thrashing and the biting and the bleeding, it does seem to calm for a moment. As if lowering the intensity, hopes of hearing you.
So it just quiets down.
Yes.
Okay. Assuming you didn't hear me, I said hello. But I take it you'd rather me get to the point than just speak about very idle things. Well, this little meeting, a little bit of guidance I seek from you. Because you tend to have two little... Are the Cappies with me now, or am I just completely alone?
Give me a will save, actually. This is not a save per se. This is more just meant to represent something else.
Okay. 22.
22. You cast not your physical senses out, because your eyes in this world don't actually exist. You exist here in a purely metaphysical sense. And so it is with your metaphysical senses that you reach out. And now that you're actually putting feelers out rather than focusing your perception and your senses on this metaphorical shape of your mom, the realization comes to you that standing right next to you is what looks to be not striking or beautiful in any way, but a dusky-skinned older. You would almost think she looks like what might pass for an aunt for you. She's a little shorter than you. She's portly, but in a childbearing way, not in a way that somehow might infer that she lives an inactive life or pampered one.
Mhm.
But she is decidedly maternal looking, both in her, in her body as well as in her face, as perhaps not a visage that would immediately strike you as being, I would say, inherently beautiful, but it carries with it a severity and a slimness, sharpness, one would say.
Mhm.
She's dressed in swathes of silks, and her hair is full of these brass rings that hang out of it haphazardly, and they jingle with every adjusting step she takes as she crosses two quite two quite wide arms, taking a stance and setting her hip in a way as she looks down, I suppose looks up at you, as if judging your every word and movement. You get the sense that this is Lolo's incarnation.
Oh god, she's staring at me. Other mom is staring at me right
Mhm.
now.
The distinct feeling you get from her is the overly harsh aunt, the kind that where you might have a mother that doesn't particularly take an active role in your development, perhaps takes a bit too much interest in your development.
The harsh kind that kind of means well, I guess.
Yes, I suppose you could say that.
Yeah.
And so, Paka, though, is not present. Especially not the description that the others gave, the young boy. It was almost like a childlike reflection of yourself. As Lolo sort of coasts into your range of perception and consciousness, and you hear a voice that is shrouded in echoes, as you're going to have to be a bit more direct. I want her to actually answer you.
Like yell, or
Ask the question.
well, is there a way to straddle the line between survival of the fittest and actually interacting and helping people?
Lolo takes a step to the side. Though what that actually represents, you don't exactly know.
Mhm.
Because the space here is liminal. It is entirely in your head. I think it might be.
Liminal space.
But what follows is the water in front of you begins to bubble. And then from the water, a single seafoam green hand, webbed and dripping with seawater, shoots out of it, coming up to, well, past the elbow joint, and then past another elbow joint, as like a crooked crane arm, the hand dwells above you, sharp claw tips and glistening webbing between the fingers. that then comes down and, in an almost tender fashion, surrounds you, and then cinches tight around you, and then in another split second, the hand drags back into the water, taking you with it.
But yeah,
And then you're submerged. It's contrary to what you're used to when you're underwater, as per the river shortly before you came here. There is that feeling of, if I'm down here too long, I'll drown. Not a sensation that Hollow Hollow is terribly familiar with, but it's there and feels almost inherent to this little dreamscape. But what comes before you is, you see what lies beneath the ocean waves, and it's not sea monsters. It's all kinds of things. You see swirling vortexes, you see flows of ice, you see crackling lightning in balls racing across the ocean floor, lighting it up and giving view to some truly horrible things your mind filters out before it can even hit your brain. But what shows before you is a scintillating, shimmering view of bubbles. Bubbles that cling together in little foamy balls and clumps, and then pull together more and more and more until they make this refracting, glittering, strange, three-dimensional piece. And in every reflection, you see a different image. And the images that you see are many. They are, you see a school of fish, you see a herd of manatees, you see mastodons charging in a group, you see a group of prairie dogs keeping watch over one another, you see sharks swimming in tandem, a pod of dolphins. And then finally, as if almost making its way in a direction, this procession of sea life and animal life starts to make its way towards a slightly familiar area as the sky darkens, and you follow a singular salmon trying to make its way upstream that then hops into what looks to be a sewer pipe. Going upstream, along a trail, through the water, through the waste, until eventually, sort of hitchhiking on the salmon's consciousness, you're then snatched by a hand, not unlike the one that just dragged you under, but familiar in other ways, as you then see a dusky-skinned elf surrounded by several other elves, all with rings in their hair, as they sit around a canal in what you recognize to be the city of Mordan, talking, conferring, and you can tell just from not the physical trademarks, but from the mark your mother has left and the other Koopas have left. There are more people like you. And there's a coven. Dawn. And then the bubbles break apart, and as if bearing you aloft, the gas, the metaphysical gas building in your lungs seems to hoist you upward and then out of the water, and you're back in the river. With Lolo staring you in the eyes.
Holo Holo's gonna blink a few times before looking Lolo back in the eyes. Oh, good. No darkness this time. Must be back.
One of Lolo's little paddling rodent feet comes up, bops you on the nose, and then she makes to swim for the shore.
Mm-hmm. I will swim back to the shore.
Okay. Yes. Fresh new knowledge, hot from your patron.
Thank you, Mom.
So, another thing that was on the docket was something Karya wanted to do in the wake of the great fight. And I won't go too deep into it, because it sounds like it's still something that's kind of being worked on. But the basics of it, I believe, was Karya was going to do something of a small ceremony.
Indeed. An anointment, if you will. But dangerous as the idea might be for what he's planning, he's very aware of the fact that he cannot do this right now. At least he's gonna need some help. So should he begin doing that now is the question. Or should I hold?
Now is a decent time. Thank you, Grim. I'm glad I managed to distract you for long enough. So you can, if you want. On the other hand, it does sound like there is some background work that you can most certainly get started on. I wish. It sounds like you have people to confer to and research to do.
Yes, and that's kind of the plan. I would like to gather up and see if I can get a hold of Hollow Hollow and Vark, because they're the first people I would go to. So I suppose, first and foremost, I should look around for Hollow Hollow, not finding him because he's gone to the river again.
I guess you'll see. I guess at some point you'll see Hollow Hollow plot back up.
Yeah, he just comes back dripping water.
Siren would say, "Oh my, you finally took a bath."
Go to the river daily. What are you on about?
Unless.
I go to
I
every...
bathe daily.
I bathe you. You don't. Joking. But yeah, I guess you'll see a recently Hollow. But yeah, he will come out of the water and just be like, "Oh, hello."
I should have known that if I was going to find you anywhere, I would find you head buried beneath the water. You are... gods above, you are strange. But I digress. I have a theory. And while my immediate assumption was to, well, for lack of a better term, jump in head first, I realized that I'm not in a position to do so, and my knowledge only goes so far, but you have quite the understanding of alchemy to my understanding, and I have use of your skills.
I know how concoctions work, yeah?
Yes, that's what I was hoping for. Could I borrow you for, well, a few days? And you have use of your knowledge, and I hope that you can assist me.
What is it you need help with?
I need help with the use of a tincture, diluting, well, the very essence of the deep itself. But before we rush into it,
Now, why the hell would you want that?
I'm running a theory I'd like to approach you with after I speak with Vark, mainly so I don't have to repeat myself several times over.
Okay, I'll follow you.
Thank you, Hollow.
And then,
Let's go find Vark.
okay, and then I'm gonna look at Siren before we head out. Could you do that hair drying thing? Joking.
You do that air drying thing?
Siren will concoct using what is the ability called again?
Something something wind
Breeze
something
Kiss.
something.
Breeze kiss.
She'll
there
use
we go.
Breeze Kissed to create a little gust of wind and dry off Hollow. So it's like the air drying hand things in the public restrooms to dry your hand, but it's like for a full body, so it's very like forceful. But not
The
enough to like tip him
obnoxiously
over. It's
loud.
just enough
It's
to dry
enough. It's
him real
enough
good.
to. It's enough to make his like cheeks pull back and his hair flap around,
Yes,
with a
exactly.
jingle of the rings in his hair, and
his hair is all poofy now.
Yes, it has none of the
I was-
warmth of.
I was
of
gonna
one of
make
those
the joke that you
hairdryers,
were.
but yes. Please.
So
Continue.
she'll do that and then
I
pinch
was
his
gonna make
cheek
the joke
after
that
he's dry.
Sorry, Jake. What is
My
it?
first.
Yeah. I was gonna make the joke that you were dry cleaning him, but similar same thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Humor does get you places, and Holo's gonna follow Bakari.
Yes. So now, it's not a perfect drying, but it gets the vast majority of the water off of your body. You're still just a little bit damp. Most of your new clothes.
Yeah, that's good.
So yes.
Where
you
may
guys-
Where may?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
Where can
may
they find you?
Vark? Yeah.
Most likely at the greenhouse, actually, that we had built.
Ah, yes. Is Ronia there as well?
She is one of the overseeing people.
Okay, well that just makes things easier.
She also has her clinic that she runs, so she's back and forth. You'll find her in either place typically.
Absolutely. I was more so asking if she was there right now when we entered the building to find Vark.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, that's perfect. Kara will kind of step in and not wanting to completely disturb them, will just kind of clear his throat, just kind of get the attention. Excuse me.
Ronya, who is currently in the midst of doing some sort of test where she's taking some of the dirt and sprinkling it into a test tube, or into a vial, will then mid that shake it and then look over and says, yes, hello.
Oh, perfect. You're both here. Ronya, Vark, I have a favor to ask of you. I need your knowledge, and that be it of alchemical or historical knowledge, I can only do so much with my own knowledge, and I know that you are far smarter than I am.
She seems to almost bring a hand in front of her mouth. It's just, oh please, flattery will only get you so far. She then looks to Vark and says, while I'm no stranger to experimentation, I would ask what exactly you're hoping to achieve that you need my help with. I can only assume how much I can help based off of what you actually intend to do.
Well, your alchemical prowess showed itself in the battle just a few days prior. Well, about a week prior, yeah? It's been about a week?
At this point I'll say it's been about a week.
Yeah. Your alchemical prowess showed true quite heavily during the battle. You very well may have saved my life. And that's enough proof that you could be of assistance to me. You and Holo are both quite skilled in alchemy, and Vark,
What
as
is
are
it
you.
you need to do?
Thank you.
Yeah, she's sort of like when you mentioned like she would save your life, she's kind of she looks a little downcast at that.
Yeah.
It's just like,
I need your help to research more on the nature of the deep.
No, she looks like she's about to say something, but then continue.
I have a theory, albeit it is a very weak one at best,
Oh no.
that the deep itself can bring out a more primal nature. Not primal, that's not the word. A more powerful nature. As he kind of drapes over himself, was not always as I am. I did not show my draconic heritage until the deep found itself within me, and while that theory alone has been nudging me towards this for some time, there are those who misuse the deep, perform rituals, and corrupt themselves. But I have never experienced anything like that unless my connection with Vair is severed. I have seemed to dilute it. And I wonder now if we may be able to do the same for others. A powerful, yet controlled essence of the deep to perform a ritual. And I would ask of you your help to dilute the deep, find a safe ritual, and perhaps, if not give those who wish to undergo the risky trial a fighting chance, it may allow some stability and safety within the numbers of the people here, as well as my own.
Ronya doesn't say anything. She just sort of looks off to the side, biting her lip and tapping a finger against one of her elbows, as if in thought.
Weaponizing your corruption.
We have about 103 able-bodied lizard folk left of the tribe, not including the Agus. What you're asking is something that cannot be successfully created in one attempt. There will be mistakes. There will most likely be mishaps. There will be failed concoctions that could potentially cause the people you are trying to empower to die in horrifying agony.
Or worse, turn them into monsters.
I'm aware of the risks, which is why I'm not forcing this upon any people. It is simply something that I will approach them with. If they wish, and they believe they have the aptitude or the mental fortitude to undergo, well, the blood ritual, then they can. But I will not force it upon them. I am aware this will take time.
If this process involves blood, count me out.
Well, blood was the only way that I could first see it. If you have another idea of how we can get a taste of the deep corruption, then I leave that to you.
Do I know, Raymond, or Quest, do I know that this deep corruption radiates out or anything like that?
Not decidedly. You did mention you wanted to do a little bit of looking in first.
Uh-huh. I'm willing to help with this idea if we can find other opportunities. You just can't use blood.
I suppose something with your patron, then.
With that, actually, Lolo gives a little stamp of her foot. She, as if almost in confirmation of that.
Well, that makes sense. By all means, I don't mind the method of which we use. I need use of you and all of you, because I know that I cannot do this alone.
As long as the lizard folk know what they're getting into.
More than even the lizard folk, I will allow anybody to undergo these trials, should they have reason to. Any man, woman, or child in the village who wishes to attempt to gain strength, well then so be it if they should, but I will not keep anyone in the dark from it.
Let us limit these tests to the lizard folk first. They are closest to you in biological nature.
Ronya, for the first time, speaks up. Says, I feel like I I feel a deep sense of irony, considering the school I come from having to speak up and be the word of ethics here. But, I think this is a really, really bad idea. I'm not saying the method, which seems like Hollow Hollow has the main issue with, or the chance of, or the margin, the very wide margin of error that Bark has an issue with. I'm speaking from an ethical standpoint, and also the simple fact that, from my standpoint, the only thing I've seen come from the deep corruption, and we need to keep in mind that that's the word we're using, and we're using it for a reason, is a massive, misshapen, highly malevolent, multi-armed, multi-mouthed monster that tried to eat all of us. And from what I can also remember, some of the people talking about was your episode where you lost control and then almost killed your friends. We don't know how much of a fringe case you are, Karia, having that connection with Vair. I don't know if that's what it's contingent on, if that's what it requires to help you keep your humanity, or if it's something deeper, or it's just a constant act of willpower. I don't know enough about this, but what I do know is that where the school I come from, we have a story about an alchemist. And honestly, it's a tale as old as time, because it's happened 100,000 times as people chase after the golden goose of alchemy. True. Life. Born in a flask. The Philosopher's Stone. The Midas Touch, whatever you want to call it. A lot of alchemists have flown too close to the sun and come crashing, burning down because of it. And it's never been just them that was affected. Everybody they touched was destroyed or harmed as a result. There is no such thing as living in a vacuum. If you do this, it's not just going to be the people you experiment on that will get hurt as a result if it goes wrong. And that's why I have to say I can't do this. Not unless you manage to find a way to actually safely distill this. Because I have seen and heard too many stories of devil's bargains being taken, and the alchemist in question being so sure they had things just right, that they had everything accounted for, and then not realizing the rug being pulled out from underneath them, right when it mattered most. One alchemist in recent memory, I believe he went to one of the neighboring schools, I think his name was Dexter, was made to flee the country because he killed his friend, killed his professor, and left a trail of destruction in his wake after stealing the azimuth, which was a sealed and forbidden alchemical solution, a failed attempt at creating artificial life that was corruptive, malevolent, and hurt everybody it touched. And what it ended with is people dead, him now being a wanted criminal at large, and nobody benefiting it. Nobody benefiting from it, not even him. So, if I'm going to do this in an academic sense, going by the larger body of work, and what evidence is currently presiding, we are nowhere even close to beginning trials. If that at all. We don't even understand the deep. The most I know from it is from a creature and from yourself. And even that is threadbare at best. The deep is so badly documented and so badly understood, you could misunderstand it for being just a myth. Even some of the larger libraries in the world don't have anything on it. Because, quite frankly, I think people were smart enough to not fuck with it. At the very least, the sane people who lived through it understood that perhaps it's something that just should not be tampered with. That it has nothing good to offer, that it does not take threefold in exchange.
Ronya, if I may, he'll kind of clear his throat, he'll let her go, but he'll kind of sit or lean back. The deep corruption is spreading. It's more than a fringe case here and then. It is spreading. And perhaps if we are able to build resistance to it, or perhaps even cure it, understanding an enemy, as dangerous as it may be, in the long run can save more lives. I don't expect you to, nor would I force you
Kara,
to join us in the
I need you to understand the logic you're using right now. You want to combat a corruption by helping it spread. You want to infect people as an experiment, who will then potentially spread that infection by proxy to everybody around them. By creating a concentration of deep that will only get bigger, and then potentially, before we even realize it, or maybe it will dull our senses and we don't even notice it, could subsume the whole village and then perhaps the entire land around it.
I think he might have a point, though. Smaller doses of something. Maybe if we could give them a heavily diluted source, could help build up a resistance.
She shakes her head and says, I still don't like this. You're talking about it like it's some sort of poison or contagion.
We don't know what it is.
That's exactly my point. We have no fucking clue what this thing is, and you want to mess with it?
Why don't we do research on the thing instead of just poisoning people?
You're not there.
That probably. I mean,
if you want to understand this corruption, you want to investigate it and research it, that I can understand. But jumping right to experimentation, I cannot condone that, and I will not have a part in that.
Well, then we'll start with our first experiment. That doesn't involve people.
At the very
running
least,
trials.
Yes, at the very least, what we can do, hopefully, is if we absolutely must, back at the school, we used to run trials on rats. And with the coming spring, and no doubt with a warehouse with food that is badly insulated and could honestly use a bit of shoring up, we'll more than likely get a few field mice and rats coming in. And if we can catch a few, breed them, we could use that as an experimentation base. But that is as much as I'm willing to do. And even then, we have to be very careful, because we do not know the vector by which this thing transmits itself. We don't even know if... I don't even know if Stan... And Kari, I'm sorry, you are a good person. And nothing that happened to you as a result of this, whatever happened to you, is your fault. But I am half scared, because I don't know if standing next to you puts me and everybody else at risk just by being in proximity.
That's the first thing I want to test, and Holo Holo's gonna take a little water skin he has on him. Run outside real quick back to the river. Make sure to get like a really good scoop of like river water that has like some things in, like plants, microbes, and maybe a little bit of dirt as well. And he's gonna come back and he's gonna hand it to Karya. Keep this by you at all times. Sleep with it, do whatever you want with it, just have it near you. We'll see if the corruption's able to permeate the water skin, and if it does, let's see if it affects the things inside.
Ronya kind of nods and goes, that is Excellent suggestion. That could be I know there was talk of you guys having to leave soon. That's a perfect chance to just monitor and understand just the environmental effect he has.
Let's do it for, I'll say, 3 weeks. Keep it on you at all times, and then one day we'll take some sort of special container and pour in the contents and see what's inside.
I'm willing to do that, and then I'll kind of look over to Vark.
Or if we want to see how the corruption progresses, pour out a bit each week and see what happens.
At this point, I'll kind of turn over to Vark and go, "My friend, you've been very quiet. Will you join me in this endeavor?"
I didn't have a reason to speak. While I don't have the same reservations about the risks involved, they aren't wrong. So, yes, we take it slow, but we do it.
Wonderful.
Let's research this corruption.
Still not 100%
And if we-
happy with this, but at the very least,
And
this means
if we can't find a way to use it, maybe we can find a way to cure it.
Either way, I think something beneficial comes out of this.
I hope so. I really do.
At the very least, it's knowledge.
And so, you settle upon a long-term research and testing phase from the sounds of things.
Mm-hmm.
Or first you want to have a better basic understanding, and then you hope to deepen that. Hello, I believe there was a location you wanted to check out.
Me?
Yes. If I understand correctly, there you wanted to have a look around at the living space.
Oh yeah. I want to check around.
Break.
Oh, we're in the middle of an ad break. Damn.
Yeah, I hope it. It's weird. The stream elements tells me that there's an ad going on. I don't always know if it's actually the case. I don't know if Grim can hear us. Frustrating.
I was just about to ask if Flick was there during that scene because he was probably going to chime in with something. But if not, then that's okay.
No, he wouldn't be. This was
Yeah.
What do you call it? This was specifically those four had gone off to the greenhouse.
Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Though I will say this, I kind of want to do this slightly discreetly.
Oh boy. Discreetly touring and I see ad blocks maybe too. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's very good.
Okay.
So right. Oh, Holly, you wanted to have a look at the living space where Karya and Vair spend their time sleeping.
Yes. Which I imagine is like a now recently like put back together shack.
Well, I mean, if I remember correctly, it was a corner room in the house you guys were staying in with a lockable door.
Mm-hmm.
One of the only ones at the time. And yeah, you're able. It's not exactly like it's a very populated or furnished room, but it's that. It's got a bed. It's got a bedside table. It's got a window, and that's about it. Very Spartan, but it is. If you're going to have a look, I would like a perception.
Oh boy, your perception. Oh boy, oh man. Is this counted as hunting for alchemical materials or just spotting it?
No.
Okay. Damn, that's a low one. That's one of the lowest I could get. 14.
Okay. Cursory inspection inside, and even deep, like going with like a knife and scraping between the planks, yields no physically perceivable changes to the environment.
I suppose nothing like detect magic will probably not sense it.
Would you like to detect magic?
I can use it.
Okay. Besides a lingering trace of magic that probably is inherent to Vair and to Karya, nothing overtly pops out.
Mm-hmm.
No school, no magic type, no spell type really registers with your divination magic. Do you have any other type of spell or skill check you would like to make?
Another idea would be considering the nature of the deep, though I think it's more of a curse, would be like detect poison. That or whispering lore, because that's the environment telling me shit. Could also
Could
be
try
like
either
thing.
one.
Yeah.
The environment telling you would actually be really good. Just to go, hey, are you sick?
Hey, is this part sick? Help me, please. Yeah, I'll cast whispering lore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any check involved with that, or is it just...
It gives you a +4 to nature on a single knowledge skill type appropriate for the type of terrain you are in.
Okay. In that case, you can follow that up with a knowledge nature with a +4.
Yeah, and that isn't too bad.
It's a +17, my dude.
Yeah. I on my knowledge nature
Only plus 14? Ugh.
17.
+17. Yeah. I'm gonna temporarily add a +4.
Only a 17?
And
Ugh.
then 36.
Oh, good.
Beautiful. Where your eyes failed you, your sense of the world around you and your connection to nature does not. Perhaps in hindsight it was a little bit foolish when dealing with what might be considered a metaphysical disease to be relying upon physical sight. As typically, for your experience, the only way that it really expresses itself is the effect it has on living creatures. But as you open your ears to the environment around you and you inspect the area, you look at the wood of the building, really you step outside, you inspect the ground just outside the room of the building. It whispers to you in a choked and almost gasping breath. And there are no words that come to you, but it's a definite feeling of sickness as the ground around, and potentially the ground beneath where Karya and Vair sleep, the dirt crumbles not like you would expect it to. It in something entirely uncharacteristic for both the season and the area. It's more like the dirt there just is degraded into powder, or at the very least crushes up very easily, as if desiccated. The grass in the small patches that they grow around the building, there are none around where Karya sleeps. Any that would be are diseased and dying, or brown, and even a small clump of weeds growing in the middle of the road. This kind of struggles. The dandelion sprouting up from the ground is twisted and honestly disturbing, as the stamen that otherwise pop up from the flower bud, or from the flower itself, have taken on what looks to be almost a hooked, disturbingly tooth-like appearance. And the voices that speak to you from the plants and the dirt, even the creaking of the wood of the house, all tells you one thing. The area around where Karya has stayed long term, and where his presence has been a continued thing, has seeped into the ground and the environment around him. Seems to have no care for the fact that there was the barrier of the walls in the way. And yes, Aiko, Karya is pretty much radioactive in a potentially way worse sense. The few plants that have survived and have managed to make it through his presence seem to have taken on a gnarled. To say primordial would perhaps imply a sense of health. They seem twisted and sick and wrong. An innate sense of wrong. And the whispers in your ear coming from the land around you tell you just that. What little you can make out. Doesn't look good. And that's about as much as I can give you.
I was muted. I was saying something. Well, that's probably
Well, what were
good
you
'cause I
saying?
I was saying, can Holo Holo essentially take some of these corrupted plants and some of this corrupted soil, put in like a mason jar, and I'm immediately gonna go over to Ronya.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And you just gotta
Like,
put that in there. It's
certainly-
like, I have a jar of dirt.
No, but I mean the plants there kind of show a little bit, right? Like,
Yes,
I
they
have
do.
gnarl.
a jar of taint, I have
Yeah.
a jar of
So-
taint.
So, another thing to mention that I kind of left in my mind, though I meant to talk about it. Everything in that area sort of seemed to have its color bleached. Like it was
So-
a duller version of itself. Like the dandelion, rather than being a bright white and stark yellow, very muted.
I see.
And so yes, you take this jar of contaminant and present it to the halfling alchemist.
And I'm gonna tell Ronya just straight up, once Karya leaves, he probably want to order people to burn down that house, pick up that dirt, and throw it somewhere else. Or at least find a way to preserve it, or not preserve it, but safely contain it.
That is very concerning, and honestly just confirms some of the worst of my suspicions. I have to be honest, I'm getting a little bit more nervous about this whole thing. Yes. It's going to be out of character. I'm looking very much forward to Ronya ending getting the leaving a legacy a la Mary Curie.
Yeah, no, I was actually about to say that while I was muted. Did Holo Holo just get Mary Curie? Is he just like,
Don't worry, you'll get some stuff named after you.
yeah, I'll die early of radiation, but yeah.
Yeah. So you present the jar as a sort of confirmation of some of your suspicions and her suspicions.
I'm still willing to test out some highly diluted strains of this curse, or whatever you want to call it, to see if we can make a cure. And I thought maybe you could try to see if there is a way to at least purify isn't the right word, but lessen the effects.
She takes the jar, keeping it sealed.
That's not probably gonna help.
Well, no, you're absolutely correct. But it gives me some peace of mind. I can try some things. Can potentially work on a solution that might be able to halt the effect that it has, and then we can move on to trying to find a way to purge it from somebody. I'm going to be honest. I worry for your friend Karya, because out of everybody in the village, he seems the worst afflicted, and I'm going to be honest, a bit blind to the side effects. Or at the very least, perhaps not willing to accept them. And I don't know if that's a result of his own past trauma, or if that's a result of the effect that the curse has on him.
Why do you think I brought this to you? If you probably knew about this, you would want to go through the testing phase. Or at least...
I hope not.
try.
I hope he has more control of himself than that. But regardless,
Go for it.
my ultimate hope would be if you would accept it, we could turn this into we could find a way to combat this and maybe help those who are afflicted by it. Maybe even Karya himself. But I would not do that without first consulting with him, because ultimately it is his health, his choice. But still, this is, well, at the very least, it's something of a substantial proof. And I will take these plants and I will, at the very least, see what I can do with them.
Isolate the jar. It's that corruption does permeate anything. It'll probably destroy all your alchemical ingredients.
I do have a lead box I use for containing some of the worst ingredients that I used to experiment with. I will put it in there and do something similar to that water skin experiment you're doing. I'll put it in the box. I will lock it away. I will keep it in a place to the side for a time, and if it has any or no effect on the ground around it, we will know whether or not lead works. If it does, we can potentially order some from Mordan. Once the whole bridge gets fixed and all that.
You might need to make a lot of lead cubes, judging by the soil outside that room.
I'm half convinced we might have to bring in a mage that can fabricate entire walls of lead just to contain it. Then there comes the question of Karya and if whether or not we should give him a lead-lined bodysuit. I think that would be demeaning. Regardless.
Maybe there's a way we could keep the corruption silent for a bit, but keep it from spreading out.
I think that would potentially be doable. A concoction could manage that, but again, we need to better understand this. Regardless, I will get to work on this. Thank you. I will have to keep it far away and potentially keep myself away from the greenhouse, just for sanitation's sake, to make sure it does not spread to the food supply. Yannabelle can oversee the growth of the garden from now on. She does not need any more of my help.
That or just throw the lead box somewhere far away from the village in general would probably be the best bet. Though, it seems everything's quite contaminated.
It does worry me.
Watch out for any medical symptoms.
I will. I will also keep an eye on those around the village, and those who Karya has spent a great deal of time around, in particular the troglodytes. I feel there was something to his hypothesis, that this brings out something of a primeval state, as if it was sort of a throwback syndrome. But I feel it's not quite that simple.
If that can be done.
From what I can tell with these plants and that troglodyte, if that's... Pristinian described to me what the Zilgath used to be. Back when he did some research a long time ago, apparently. They used to be an empire of powerful psychics. Not giant multi-armed crocodilian monsters. I don't think the deep curse is going to help. Or at the very least won't achieve what Karya has in mind. I think what it's going to do is create an entirely new type of primeval, primordial troglodyte that will have less willpower, less self-control, and more bloodthirst. And I don't want that to happen.
We either get a cure or we get a rage serum. Whether it's ethical to use that rage serum is
my larger... If I'm going to be frank, if this turns into if it turns into the latter, and we end up creating some sort of highly corruptive serum that
We destroy it.
I hope we can, and that it never makes its way into the larger world, and the knowledge remains burned. It never makes its way outside, because these things have a tendency and a bad habit of making it out into the larger world. That's half of the secrets that are the foundation for many of the academies over in Thrune.
Mhm.
You do not
Either
know
way.
how many bad theses made by students end up becoming weapons of war. It is a disturbingly repeated cycle.
Someone should make a doctrine about that.
Good luck getting all the different nations to agree on it.
Maybe they'll come to their senses. Anyways,
One day in a more civilized age. But for now, we have to deal with the consequence and the possibility of the worst case scenario, and there being no larger body to help control it. This starts with us, and it hopefully ends with us.
By the way, keep this between you and me. You don't want the village to be in a panic.
I agree. I feel bad keeping it from them, but overall it's just not something they need to worry about. They're busy enough, happy enough just having the chance to till the fields for the first time in months.
Agreed. Do keep me updated on your results, though.
I
And
will.
I'll keep you updated on Karius.
I will. And with that, you two separate. And I think, finally, the rest of the party has been waiting in the wings for the entire fucking session. I'm very sorry. The last bit, we finally come to the present day, where Vark wanted to go speak to Roscoe.
Indeed. Well, assuming that I'm aware of where Roscoe and probably Nida are,
Yeah, well, you know the house that they've kind of that is their pretty much their home and has been their home for a long time, and it is this little one here. So you would know where they mostly spend their time in.
in that case, I would move myself over yonder. Kind of traverse. Then again, people wanted to join me, is that correct? Do I remember correctly?
Would people like to join him? I know that Aiko mentioned she would like to do so.
Yep, exactly.
God damn it, fucking Sam.
Yeah, the demon court. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kari and the Demon Core.
Listen.
Just replace
if I
his
can
spear
make
with a
Gray-
giant screwdriver.
If I can make this universe's version of the Grey Wardens, I will do it. Okay, we're just gonna have to figure it out first.
You may either go Grey Warden, or you may end up getting the Vault Tech Super Soldier FEV.
Oh yeah, true. Both are wins.
Hopefully we can, if we do make it, there isn't any mental degradation or any harsh side effects. Which sounds like it's going to require a lot of testing. A whole lot of testing.
So yes. Aiko mentioned she wanted to join Vark. Anybody else?
So I was in the bathroom for a bit. What did I miss? Who was going where?
Well, Vark is going to go try and speak to Roscoe and hopefully Nida. Who,
Oh, yes.
Nida herself has been very taciturn. And Roscoe for himself has been spending a lot of time in his home.
The situation regarding Ida and the Dryad is known, right? I assume.
Oh, that yes, it is. It is known. It has made its way around around the village in the form of scuttlebutt.
You know what? I think I'm gonna go with the people that are gonna go talk to Roscoe and Nida.
Okay. In that case. Zoop. Anybody else?
I'm probably not gonna go.
Yeah,
not.
you said as much before, and I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I'll go with to speak to Roscoe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Flick's been spending the rest of the time with the villagers as they're like recovering. So yeah, who goes speak with Roscoe?
Before we do jump into it, I just wanted to get because I'm going to be out obviously for a bit. How many troglodytes are left? I don't think I got a total head count.
I did say something along the lines of a handful.
Okay, so
as
like
you are
5 or
right
6.
now, you've got maybe like 7 or 8.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mostly workers, the overseer, and the Warren guard and her eggs.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I just was not sure. I wanted to make sure I wrote that down. Okay, cool. I will now step back.
Oh yes. You make your way to the front door of Roscow's home. The topic of Roscow and his daughter, his wife, it's been a touchy subject in the village. It's not an easy issue, and people have been trying to give them a good space. But they're not the only people to lose people in the troglodyte attacks, and not in the most recent one. But Roscow and Nida are something of a... And Grim has redeemed his self-care. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
There's something of a heart village. Roscow being the one who founded it and brought everybody together. And Nida being the one who, being his daughter and having a close connection to many of the people here. She's been part of this little band for a time. And has grown up with some of these people. And so she's something of a collective daughter / best friend to many of the folks here. And not a lot of people knew the Dryad, but with the help she gave and the last stand she put forward, she's there's something of a small veneration being towards her among the people. And there's even some folks who have set up a small shrine on the outskirts of the village in the direction of her home, or of her clearing. You're not quite sure if it's meant to deify her, or if it's meant to mourn her passing.
To confirm, this is the Dryad they're deifying, because the daughter's alive,
No,
to
the
my
Dryad.
memory.
The Dryad.
The Dryad, okay, yeah. I was about to say, damn, did she die again? Like,
No. Spontaneously, the seed in her chest explodes. Anyway. Come up to the front door, and it's quiet inside the house. There's, what you can tell, no overt signs of life or light inside. Yeah. Sorry.
Good.
And the front door seems to be just kind of slightly ajar.
Mark stretches a little bit. Takes a breath. Then grabs the door handle to keep it in place. And then I don't know if that came through. I knocked on my
I did. It did. I'm just trying to. I'm just thinking of how they would, how the response would come.
Did you open the door too? Because it sounded like you opened something.
No, the door was already kind of open.
Well, no, I'm talking about
on Vark's
Blair.
end.
Yeah,
No.
behind the bar. Cause I could have sworn I heard like you open something too.
No.
But
Yeah, I thought you just knocked and then opened immediately. It's like,
No. Only knocking.
there is something of a delayed, almost, well, honestly, tired sounding. Come in. Doors open.
Okay. Well, Varg opens the door and steps inside.
Inside.
There are multiple of us. Maybe I'll come in.
That's fine. Come in.
Varg steps aside, basically gestures to the others to head inside.
Inside,
I'll head in.
you see a definitely not
I will head in
very
as well.
well taken care of home. It's very disheveled looking. Nobody's swept in a while. The place reeks of BO and also alcohol. As slumped up against the wall, sitting next to one another, passing a wineskin back and forth, are Roscoe and Nida. As Roscoe looks up to the four of you, filtering in, and says, hey, we were just having a little heart-to-heart. Talk we haven't had for a while. It's kind of been a long time coming.
Should we come back later?
Ah, stay. You're just
Well,
we
thanks.
got done with the. Nida, for her part, takes another swig of the wine, and from the wineskin, and doesn't say anything.
I will admit the time is perhaps not opportune. But with us planning to leave sooner than later, we have to talk business.
Yeah. And honestly, it was probably about time we got our shit together and we got back on our feet. He wiggles his one good leg, metaphorically speaking. We got done talking about her mom and the whole reason this village got founded and all of that, and well, we're just still kind of processing. The wound's a bit fresh, but decided we're gonna pick ourselves up and we're gonna keep going, and that I'm going to step back as the pseudo head of this village. We're not exactly sure who's going to take my place, but I have a lot to consider and a lot to think of. Originally, I'd hoped that Nida would be able to take over, but where she is at right now, she thinks she's not ready, and I'm going to respect that.
For what it's worth, I've gotten to know Mr. Slade over these last couple of weeks. And though he might be a little bit of a hard-headed man, I think he has the right mindset and think of the people in his endeavors.
I've known Slate for something like 20 years now, and he is a hard-nosed prick. But he has a mind for the people, and he really does give a damn. He doesn't like talking to folks, though. And I think he'll be able to keep the town running. I don't think he's going to be able to lead it.
Very well.
I think...
You do know the people better.
Yep. I think it's not a bad suggestion. You can have him be in charge for a time, but he's made it, like, even after the, perhaps even more so after the fight, that he has no end of distaste for troglodytes. And if we put him in charge, he's going to try his best to be impartial, but old prejudices die hard.
Do it.
Yeah.
In any
I
case,
might-
it's not my place to suggest how this village's run.
Hmm.
And
I've always tried to
Vark-
make it more of a cooperative thing, but it only goes so far. And, we'll see. We'll see how the village comes up, who steps up to fill the niche. But for now, business.
Vark takes out a cylindrical kind of leather-wrapped tube with a lid. He pops it open and takes out his copy of the contract that he rolls out and unfurls on the table, taking an empty wine bottle, using it to fasten the edges to the table. We never hid that we came here to find you and find out what happened. And though it wasn't in our employment contract that we help you overcome what happened here, I am happy that we managed to do so with minimal casualties.
There's a distinct weight in the air when you say that. Roscoe, for his part, hefts himself up, leans on one of the chairs, and just sort of plonks himself down in it to sit and inspect the contract you've rolled out. Otherwise, he doesn't say anything and gestures for you to keep going.
When Mr. von Vostroyev hired us to find all of you, I inquired about options regarding, well, your fate. You know, what if you are unable to pay, which is what exactly happened. He's more than willing to continue working with you as long as you are willing, and he is willing to accept that circumstances made and will make it troubling to pay the remaining fees. I sent a situation report to him with the riders that left before the attack happened. With any luck, he has received the missive by now and has sent word back. Vark kind of turns towards the other member of the party and goes, "If everyone is okay with that, then I would like to stay until that messenger returns. Be that simply a message or maybe some extra supply. In any case, we have to return to Mr. von Vostroyev no matter what to receive payment. And I will explain in detail exactly what has transpired here from a first-person account."
Okay.
I'm actually curious. I don't know if this was stated before, but how much exactly does Roscoe here owe him, apparently?
I owe Stanislav something in lieu of... It wasn't a fixed monetary number. It was... the original idea behind this village was it was going to be a prospecting project, a stepstone for delving deeper into the hills to the north, which, according to some prospectors, should be rich in a variety of magical minerals. Things like mithril, mantine, orichalcum, even just other precious minerals like silver and gold and platinum. It's supposed to be a literal gold mine. And the reason why it's so untapped is because of the inherent dangers of it. And also because of the difficulty of traversing and setting up a livable settlement in this area. Stanislav's promise to me in the contract we drew is that if he funded this village, my little dream project, he would then have exclusive business rights to conduct trade and transportation through here, we would have first pick of materials come through, should we want them and we can afford them. Though he did say he would give us something of a reduced rate. He would also continue to make sure we had connections and supply lines and merchant contacts. In exchange, his house would have mining rights, and would be allowed to use our village as a staging point. And we would earn a portion of the money that the minerals would generate, and that would go further into funding the town and expanding it. It was supposed to be a mutually beneficial agreement. The baseline debt that I owe him is something in the line of, I think it was, he did a very precise breakdown of the various minerals. And it was less and less for the more precious they were. Basically, the idea was he was hoping for magical metals and magical minerals. And if we gave those to him, then we would have to mine far less bulk than we would of something else. I believe the baseline he used was 10 cubic tons of mithril.
I see.
Given the prospecting reports, achieving that much, so long as we can get access to the hills, wouldn't be too difficult. In fact, it should be quite easily attained, and after that, it's nothing but profit for the both of us. Only we both knew just exactly how, supposedly how dangerous getting that mithril was supposed to be. Little did I know, the first time I came up here, something like 20 years ago, in one of his first attempts to prospect the area, not even to settle it, I would meet a dryad who would tell me definitively that yes, there is magical metal in the hills, but that it's guarded by something awful, and that there is an ever-present unnatural winter that hangs over this area. Time I stayed here with the mercenary company, I got to know her, and we even stayed long enough for us to have a child. Not wanting the life that she had for her daughter, she asked me to take her with me, and to come back when she's grown and able to defend herself, and not have to force her to be tethered to one frozen spot like her mother would. And there's a noticeably distant look on Nida's face as this topic is being spoken of. From that point on, my goal was to gather like-minded people. Only later did it turn into a dream of creating a place for outcasts to belong. But eventually, over time, I gathered a group of people who were like-minded to me, who had shared the same vision that I did. And eventually I came back 20 years later. I begged a favor off of Stanislav, who owed me a solid, and who I was in good standing with. And he helped me create this village, where I had hoped it would be a home that my family could share, that others could share with us. The fact that we have orichalcum and adamantium and mithril and other such things flowing through is, well, that was a bonus.
And naturally, I don't suppose... Well, I honestly can't see how there would have been an opportunity, either because of time, effort, or safety, for any of you to mine any of this mithril.
Unfortunately so. The first time we tried to send a mining team up into the hills, it didn't come back. Next time we went, and it was several of us, myself and Pristinian included, try and potentially see what was happening. We were ambushed in the night, assaulted with some sort of blinding magic that threw us off guard, and the next thing we knew, we woke up in irons. After that, people slowly came and went, showed up in the prisoners section. Some were taken away, and I never got to see them again. When you guys came in, specifically the fox over there and the elf, was about a week after they'd thrown me in that pit with that monster. Surprised I survived as long as I did.
You're very resilient.
Well, I try to be. If nothing else, I'm fucking stubborn, but I was next to be fed to him after they realized I wasn't of any use to them, and they decided I was better as monster chow.
You know, I can't help but just feel terrible that you still owe all of this to our employer, given the things that this town has gone through, and more so the things the people of this town have gone through.
I mean,
It feels almost insulting to just go, oh, get back to work, you owe him something. That
well, no,
feels
Stanislav isn't like that. He's never been like that, if I'm gonna be honest. Mordan and the Mordani have a reputation, and it's definitely earned. But one of the reasons why I went to Stanislav specifically is because of all of the vampire houses I worked with, he was the closest thing I ever found to a good person. He sticks to his word. That is, I suppose you could call it a cultural difference. Having lived my life as a mercenary, there's honor to a contract because it's what keeps us in line. It's what stops mercenaries from just turning around and cutting ties or fucking their employers over entirely. And it's a measure of safety for both sides. So I can respect that. I learned to respect that. And the mercenary companies that didn't very quickly learned why that was a mistake. And that's part of the reason why the Mordani, I think, do that, because they use that as a barrier against... if you've known anything about Mordani history and their relation to the Gatsrich papacy, they have a very strained history. And they use those contracts and that strength and that their influence and their money as a way of warding off something that is unimaginably bigger in size and presence and military might than they are. So by keeping stringently to their word and never putting in doubt that when they say they're going to do something, they intend to do it, that's how they keep their strength. And Stanislav believes in that as much as any other Mordani vampire. But one of the things that separated him from the other houses was he believed in incentives and in the well-being of his employees. He believed a happy employee is much more likely to go above and beyond, do what's asked of them. And while I'm putting this in a very clinical term in much the way he would, Stanislav would never ask more of myself or anybody else than he thought we were capable of, and he would never ask more than he thought was manageable. He's not an idiot. If we tell him that right now that those mineral deposits aren't accessible, he'll understand that, and more than likely we'll find some other way for us to do it. But he did sink a lot of money into this town, and that is a bunch of money that is disappeared, more or less. And I understand why he would want to recoup that, because that puts his family in a precarious situation within Mordan, calls their capabilities into question, and if he doesn't follow through on his contracts, puts his trustworthiness into question. But if we tell him what happened here, and we're honest and forthright about it, I do mean just straightforward with him, say everything, he will be, from my experience, more than happy to make accommodations and find another way to make things work. Or potentially, we could even convince him to invest a little bit more to make it actually happen. Because to him, what's more important is that the job gets done, and he doesn't believe in, he believes in the carrot, not the stick. I think is the best way I could put it.
I see.
And I think he's the only Mordani I've ever met that favors the carrot way more than the stick in the way he does. I think
Why is it
before he
so
turned,
sad?
or before he was born, or whatever happened with him, I believe I would have liked to have met him before he got brought in by the Mordani, because I think quite possibly we would have had the most incorruptible businessman in the world, and he would have been fucking unstoppable. Instead, we've got the closest thing to a good practice businessman in a den of vampires who are cutthroat as can be. I think, in a weird way, it's almost better. Because,
I would say sort of a diamond in the rough in that sense.
yeah, in a strange way, it's nice having somebody in Mordon I can trust. In a pit of sometimes literal vipers. And so, yeah, it's a little bit unfair that we've not seen the end to our problems after all that bloodshed. If I'm gonna be honest, life just isn't fucking fair, man.
Never is.
And I have my obligations, and I'm going to see those through. And everybody who came with me here either agrees with me on that, and that's why they're here with me, or they're going to leave with you on the next departure, and they're going to be out of here. Regardless, I don't hold ill will to Stanislav. I knew what I was signing up for. Hell or high water. And I intend to see it through. Which is why I'm going with you guys when you go to talk to him, so I can help get my side of the story across.
Oh.
Yeah. Grim
That's
puts it well. Yeah, we wouldn't be here if we wanted easy. Or fair.
Hey, better to share it from the horse's mouth.
Yes. You're both very respectable men. That's good.
Of course.
I'm glad you could say that much about us. Whether you're being honest about it, who knows? But then he just kind of drops the wineskin on the table and says, "All right, when are you intending to head out?"
That is a good question.
Looks at my wrist, which is empty of a watch.
Looks at my pocket sundial in the house. Yeah.
Wasn't it a few
How
days?
many days has it been since the messenger, the ghoul set up?
About 3 weeks, I think, at this point. Because you sent it just before you headed out looking for supplies.
Yep, that's true.
Well, if you just give me today to sober up and find myself something to tie to my leg, I will be ready by tomorrow.
I would like to wait maybe one more week to see if the messenger arrives.
Hmm.
No more than that.
All right, yeah.
Should
week,
give
I
us
can do a
time
week.
to
I'll give you time to
Oh,
pack.
packing the world itself, yes.
It's funny you should say about the messenger. And this is a coincidence, I swear. But I think at this point, the only people left in the house would be in the main house where people were living would be Hollow and Mallory.
Oh.
Okay, guys, we can leave today, after all.
Yes. Mallory and Holo Holo. You both here?
Yes.
Holo Holo?
I don't know where Hello is.
So sorry,
Where-
what were you saying? I was.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so the two of you are, I think, the only people currently sitting in the house that the party is using for their lodgings at the moment.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, you be with the troglodytes. Holo Holo and Mallory, you hear hoofbeats. They're not the heavy hoofbeats of your mammoth horses.
Huh.
As they slow down, come down to a trot, and then there's a knock at your front door.
Holo Holo will get up and answer the knock.
It's the ghoul that works under what do you call it?
I forgot his name too.
Yeah, that
Sergey.
works under Sergey.
Okay.
Sergey, for his part, has been keeping very much to himself. It's not that I forgot he exists. But it's the ghoul. The ghoul returned. Holding what looks to be a rolled-up sheaf of parchment in his hand, with a decidedly happy look on his face. He's a
Hello.
little bit out of breath.
Uh-huh.
I bring good missives.
That being?
As he unfurls the paper and says, well, as luck would have it, Stanislav had for some time been making preparations in the wake of your departure. And when I arrived in Mordon and delivered the message to him, he uncharacteristically, very quickly, jumped to action. The bridge is fixed. He hired a magister in Mordon, I believe, to commission a scroll of Make Whole. We got one of the company mages to then go enact it. The bridge reassembled itself into one firm piece once more, and I was sent ahead, saying that there are carts with supplies inbound for the town as we speak, and the road is once more traversable.
This is great news. Does Holo Holo know about the plan to, return yet, or?
I mean, it's more or less been kind of a spoken, unspoken subject among the group, I think, that you guys are eventually going to have to go back. Whether or not it's soon, I don't think that's been discussed yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll make our return, our inevitable return back to Mordon, much easier.
Rightly so. You know where the rest of you are, so I can let you know.
Do I know where the rest of everyone is?
Well, they did just say they were going to go talk to Roscoe.
Yeah.
That's true, Roscoe. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been in and out.
That's fine.
A few of them went to go talk to Roscoe. And the Karia, the draconic one, is probably with the troglodytes.
Oh, very good. Okay. As he then snaps you a crisp salute and then walks over to the troglodyte warren. Nox delivers very much the same message to Karia. And then, not too long after that, standing at the open doorway to Roscow's home is that same ghoul messenger. Coming up to the doorway just as Vark is mentioning, mentioning the that they should wait a week or so for the messenger. As he comes to the doorway and says, "I bring good tidings."
Well, would you look at that?
Speaking of which,
I am profoundly happy to share that the bridge has been repaired, the road is once more usable, and there are carts with supplies inbound as we speak.
wonderful news, actually.
Fantastic.
Mark just kind of turns to Roscoe. not saying anything.
Roscoe just shakes his head and goes, well, fuck, I guess we're going tomorrow.
I suppose so.
Sounds like a good enough plan. Once the carts get here.
Oh, yeah, this will be relief. Well then. I got a few more things to talk about with, if you don't mind, before the whole thing happens, before the wine wears off.
Before we leave your abode and leave you to continue your conversation from before, if I may, Siren will walk over to Nida and say, there is very little I can say that will ease the pain of someone who is mourning the loss of a loved one. Such is that I will not even attempt to, because I know that feeling these emotions, as painful as it is important to the healing process in general. However, I will say that in the short time that I've come to know you, Nida, and in the time that I've seen you on the battlefield, if I was your mother, I would be very, very proud of you. And if Nida is accepting, Siren will take her hands and clasp them together with Siren's hands on the outside of Nida's hands, and then slip her hands underneath Nida's hands so that they're holding each other's hands, and slip her a pack of one of the teas that she has on her as a little gift, like a little tea pouch, and say, hopefully this will give you some warmth, more warmth than any alcohol can.
There is a undeniable look of conflict on her face. And when you sort of slip the tea pouch between her hands, leave it there, she looks lost. And her look kind of hardens a little bit when her hand just kind of curls, and almost you can hear the tea leaves kind of crunching between her fingers as she clasps it. And again, doesn't really say anything, but seems to turn to contemplation once more.
You are lucky to have such a loving and wonderful family. And this loss does not separate you. I hope you know that. And then Siren will go back to the group.
Okay. If you don't mind, unless there's something you guys would like to explore in the time, I would like to jump forward to tomorrow.
There is one thing I'd tomorrow.
I noticed you moved.
Yeah, tomorrow is actually probably better.
I will say this, Mallory's been kind of quiet this session. Does Mallory have anything to do?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I will say that probably after we say our parting words to Roscoe and Nida, Flick, after a little while, will probably take out the map again, and we'll probably do another quick little just walk around town to get one last good usage out of this map before they have to head out.
Okay.
Oh, also,
yeah, just to see if the map's still working.
Hmm.
Yeah.
As you were.
Yes, sir.
In addition to that, I wanted to know, because part of the party left to go visit the Dryad as she was dying, would we have known of the or found out later of the conversation that Vark had with the dapper gentleman and the witch?
Yes, the talk about the Society Quadratica.
Yes.
Yeah. Or do we like come back and we just assume that they left and that they're not
Oh no,
actually?
they're staying
here
for a
anymore.
time in the village. And they've made their
Okay,
presence
so-
known around the place for a while.
I see. Okay. So then, afterwards, after we check out the map that Flick mentioned, and after everything else, I'd like to have a short little conversation with Vark.
Okay. Vark, Siren would like to pull you aside and speak to you.
Yes, absolutely. What is it?
So I heard talk of these two individuals that came into town, handing you, was it some packages or an inheritance or something of the sort? They're from. I've heard villagers mention that they're from some sort of society.
Yes. To all of those questions, I suppose.
Are they? What kind of society is it?
They call themselves the Society Quadraca. From what I have been able to glean so far, they are a collective of like-minded researchers and scholars, archivists of some kind, who like to preserve knowledge and magical items in a safe environment to share and also to safeguard.
I see. Scholars and archivists. I actually have been interested in quite some time, actually, in finding a group of such people. Do you think or do you know if they have access to some sort of library or archive or research lab of sorts?
I would be surprised if they have not, actually.
Right, I would assume so as well. I would hope so at the very least. I was just wondering if you had any intentions of going over there. At some point, I would very much like to go with you. Since I'm still doing research myself and looking for any information or any books or stories that would explain the sudden vanishing of my village.
So, there's a raised eyebrow and he watches for a moment. Well, if luck would have it, I planned to announce my interest in joining their ranks as per the invite of my master. Anyhow, so
Do you think
I
they'd
can't.
do you think they'd have room for a little +1? I'm joking.
Yeah,
Unless
he slightly tilts his head. I doubt that there
I
are fees
understand.
involved and a test. The
No, yes,
fees
of course.
have been waived for me. The test, however, is not. That being said, assuming that sharing knowledge is not forbidden, I don't see why I cannot use my connections that I hopefully will gain to
Indeed.
assist you.
I should clarify. I don't intend to take advantage of you or the society in any way. I would like to respect the organization and you as well, Vark. But yes, I am asking for assistance, if I may, and in turn I will assist you with any information that I have or my abilities as a priestess.
You've already upped enough, thank you.
Of course.
But yes, I will bring the matter to their attention in due time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's nothing.
All right. Anything else? No takers?
This is the day or the next day?
This is still the day.
Okay, yeah,
The
then
day.
no.
In that
Okay, in
case,
that
Yeah, other than
Hmm?
other than my little jog around the town for the map, that's about it.
okay.
Or I guess even around the outskirts, just to
Well,
just
as I just mentioned to Siren, or as Lark just mentioned to Siren, rather, I'm going to seek out the members of the society.
Okay. You find, sequestered in this small house here, Hieronymus and Demonova, who are... Hieronymus, for his part, is taking the time to shine and clean every inch of his armor, his uniform, his boots, and his gun.
I was just about to say he's going to be polishing his gun.
And Demonova, for her part, is going to be kind of sat in a corner, swaddled up in her robes on her bed, poring over what looks to be a stack of books.
I wanted to say that I also wanted to go to them.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. In that case. Go. Vark, you will be accompanied by Mallory, who wishes to inquire with these people. All right. Well, yes, the door is open. In fact, this house has no door. One of the many that were impacted by the constant raids, and this one has yet to see significant repair. Also, because metal is in short supply, they don't really have money. They don't really have metal for the hinges just yet. So you come in. You find Hieronymus polishing his equipment, and Demonova reading over a bunch of textbooks. As you step into the threshold of the doorway, Hieronymus, sitting just at a table in the center of the room, sees you. His impeccably treated mustache perks up as he gives a little smile and a grin, seeing you all approach and says, "Ah, Vok, my boy! Hello, have you come to speak to me on the matters of the society?" And I
Quite
see
so, thank
you've
you.
invited... I don't believe I Oh, wait, no, I believe I've seen you around town occasionally. Did not see you at the battle, though. A shame, it was quite a row.
I was making my rounds elsewhere.
If I may be so honored, this is Sir Mallory Charmaine.
His expression screws up at that a little bit and says, Charmaine. If I might be so
Uh-oh.
if I might be so indiscreet, does this, going by the halo above your head, does this bear any relation to a certain house, Charmaine, of the ex-theocracy?
Yes. I am of the House of Charmaine. Direct descendant.
Hieronymus stands from the chair at his full height. Brushes
Shoots
his
Mallory in the face.
brushes his vest off. Strides in 3 easy steps towards the doorway, and then puts a hand forward and says, "Put her over there, old boy." As he says, "It's been a long time since I found another Kinnan clansman. It has been quite some time. I must say, though, however, I do not hail from the erstwhile theocracy. I myself find myself from Aerodine, but we are something of cousins, it would appear." Let's see,
Should
again.
have last time, except he was a fucking pirate.
Oh no, Brightbeard's still out there.
Oh, good.
Oh no, my uncle.
Why is everyone related to
Oh, wonderful.
Mallory?
It's almost like
remember him.
it's almost like these ASMR dynasties are incredibly inbred. Anyway,
And horny.
Uh-oh.
Wait, I get it. That's why Mallory is a horn, because his family is full of horny people.
no.
Damn it.
Anyway, so yes, Mallory, Hieronymus is currently standing in front of you with his hand outstretched. Says, "I am Sir Hieronymus Ainsworth Vanderbilt. I come from the fine land of, well, not so fine land of Aerodine, now naturalized citizen of Rosina."
I see. It is a pleasure. Hieronymus Ainsworth von Heinz. It's too. Hieronymus Ainsworth von der Bild.
He chuckles, and you see his little mustache do a little bounce as he chuckles. He says, "Very, very good. Well then, talk about the old homeland aside. I am quite surprised, though perhaps maybe not that surprised to find one such as yourself this far flung. After what I heard about what happened in the new duchies, I'm honestly quite surprised to find one of your family alive, let alone wandering the frozen wastes of the north."
Yes. Please do not. Let's not talk about this. There's far more interesting things at hand.
Oh, quite so. It's grim business. Well then, what were you hoping to inquire with me about? Or perhaps you were hoping to speak to Miss Dibanova over there.
No, I have business. I have something to inquire with you.
Oh, indeed.
Yes, the gear you have, perchance, is it the gun?
You glance past him at the pistol laying on the table. Now, something I just explained during the last session that I should mention with now that you're here, and it's actually specifically pertinent to you, coming from the theocracy that you did. Back in your time, there was some talk of firearms. There was even the occasional pamphlet and advertisement. But there is something of a separation for you as the only known producer of firearms in your country. If I remember correctly. There we go. Was a company founded by one Ricaro Vitoli, who is known to have come from the Quadranon, and his main production of firearms, or at the very least the moneymaker that you would know about, was the production of reckless and incredibly dangerous firearms such as the blunderbuss, which during the insurrection and the revolution, you would know was put to devastating effect to on both sides of the conflict, as guards would use it to mow down indiscriminate crowds of protesters, and then eventually was turned against your family and other families as it was used to messily splatter the nobility of the theocracy in the bloody takeover and revolution. Vitoli had no problem selling to both sides of the conflict. In fact, that's how he made a great amount of money. And now he's got something of a much more thriving gunworks, where he's using that money to develop all kinds of odd and eccentric firearms. That gun sitting on the table is nothing like what you would recognize from the pamphlets, advertisements, and the bloody insurrection. Previously, it looked more. Vitoli's blunderbusses looked more like brass tubes on a stick that would then leave a cloud of pink mist in their wake. This is elegant, slim. It's finely crafted. There's little moving parts. It's intricate and precise. Just on a bare glance, it's nothing like how you thought your first impression of firearms would be. And Hieronymus, for his part, he chortles a little bit and says, "Ah, yes, it's true. Leave it to kinsmen to have an eye for quality. Your friends here inquired about it before. I went through the lengths of explaining it to them. I have no doubt that you yourself are at least somewhat passingly familiar with them. This itself is a custom order from the Match and Lock Company. Match and Lock, you would know, Mallory, started as a company that made Tinder twigs, or matches. And then eventually, something like 40 years ago, one of the members of the founding family took it in a very different direction, starting the Black Powder Revolution. Yes. As he then carefully takes it by the barrel, holds it up, and says, "Well, what are you curious about?"
Well, I'm very curious of its make, its design. It has a very delicate style essence to it. I'd like to observe how it's made, because the matchsticks that I'm very much familiar with back in my home country, they look nothing like this. At least, I've never seen anything like this.
Nice. Anyway, Hieronymus, he gets a complicated look on his face. It says, that could be complex. This piece is a custom order from Match & Co. I quite honestly would love nothing more than to demonstrate to you the inner workings of this, but it was given and made for me in good trust. And the secrets of the firearm industry are very closely guarded. The only reason I was even able to commission this in the first place was because I am in a place of good trust with the Match and Lock Company. So unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't do that. However,
That's fair.
However, and I did discuss this with Vark previously, I could potentially put you in contact with the people who could. And if you can earn their trust and get a good place within the guild, not only will they be willing to sell you these, they may eventually be willing to teach you how to make them, if you should be so inclined. All it would require is working your way into a place of good trust. This may include doing favors, making generous donations, or simply making good and friends with one of the members. I myself am not one. I simply am in good standing.
I see.
But you must understand that this is a closely guarded secret. They work in close conjunction with the Quadranon government and military, as well as the Society Quadratica. They keep their secrets, and they keep them quite strongly and quite stringently. If this is more than just a passing fancy, you are willing to take that and keep that secret close to your chest, then I encourage you to seek them out and see what you can find. If you don't think you're going to be able to keep the secret, then I suggest you not do this, because otherwise you will make an enemy of a group of people with weapons that can take a man's head off at 200 paces.
Well, I never was one to divulge my secrets.
Very good.
I'm in.
Very well then. As per my agreement with Vark, I will take back his message. That said, actually, Vark, it is
Yes.
closely drawing to the time of the Nell hour. Do you have a decision?
Yes. Thank you for being patient with me. I have taken the last few days to consider what you have said, and
I could hardly pressure
I
you.
wish- In any case, I wish to follow in Miss Von der Rose's footsteps and join your ranks.
Very good. Capital even. Very good. This is shaping up to be a very interesting trip, isn't it, Bartleby? Stop calling me that.
Having said that,
Today is a wonderful day. Not only have we made two very interesting contacts and found a most remarkable village filled with remarkable people, this could be inroads to something very interesting in the future. Should this get a foundation here? But yes, sorry, I'm very sorry.
we will be leaving post haste tomorrow, most likely than not.
Oh,
Will you be accompanying us? Or
well,
will
since you say so, we had intended to leave around the same time. We had actually intended to make off as soon as you had reached your decision. But if you are leaving tomorrow, then that is perfect.
Very well.
Very good. Well then, Bartleby, stop calling me that! God damn it!
Huh?
It's just like not a spell, nothing like that, but a slipper flies through the air and smacks Hieronymus in the side of the head as he stops. He's like, oh, Bartleby, this is quite unbecoming of a lady. What the fuck would you know about becoming? As she turns to, well, I'll go with you tomorrow. Just God, I hope you're ready for this. Remember, you asked for this. As she slams the book closed, puts it aside, thinks for a second, then grabs another book from the pile and starts reading from that. Except
Thank you
this,
for your concern.
she pays you no mind. There's a wave of her hand, and then there's just not even the sound of pages turning as she flips books. As she flips the pages of her book, and then casts a silence bubble over herself. And, yes. The Hieronymus, for his part, with the slipper now plunking to the ground, says, well, she's always been a difficult one, but always a good companion to have, and very useful, too. She knows quite a bit about magic. It is one of her fields of expertise, after all. Now then, this is wonderful. I will have 2 individuals that I will be bringing news of back to the society for potential rubbing of elbows and networking, as the youths have been calling it. Now,
The youths.
yes. Well then, I suppose
I
you've
love
all
this
got
man and his bouncy mustache.
Yes, he's bouncy mustache. It's like when he closes his mouth, his lips do kind of disappear behind his little his elegantly oiled mustache, and it bounces whenever he chuckles with the exhalation of breath out of his nose. As he then says,
Good.
"Very good. I suppose you've all got a bit of packing to do before you set off. As do I, as a matter of fact. I've got to finish polishing my gear." Well then, Pip Pip, I will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Very
Ain't
well.
no way you just said pip pip.
It's the proper and right way.
Have a nice day.
And a pleasant one to you as well, as he gives a deep bow with like one arm across his waist. And to you, Mr. Charmaine, my condolences, but also my pleasure meeting you. And yes,
Likewise.
yes, Aiko, he does have mustache wax.
I love him. I love him.
I love green
Mallory.
cucumber bouncy mustache man.
Yes.
Also, I'm calling him Hammerlock one way or another. Don't worry. I found my reasoning to allow it to happen. Don't you worry.
Yeah, Mallory is going to give the appropriate nobleman's bow, and now is gonna go lose some steam somewhere in the forest.
Bad memories. Poor man. Right. Fast forwarding to tomorrow. No objections? No
Nope.
objections.
No.
Okay.
I just need to do something
Objections.
bright and early.
Can Mallory pick a lock with his horn? Maybe if you hold his head still properly. Also, Grim. Mallory. Perhaps look at some of the stuff that Grim has been typing. Anyway, so intimidate the lock. Excellent. So the next morning rolls around. The village is putting itself back together slowly but surely, as are the people. It's one more step towards rehabilitation. And bright and early, the horses are hitched, the wagon. The cart is prepared. Horses are ready. And the village is, at least for a small part, turning out to see you guys off. As the people, maybe you haven't gotten to know quite as well as you might like. But maybe in the future you might have the opportunity to, but people who no less owe you their lives. As there you go. People who no less owe you their lives and who have turned out to give you a well-wishing as you set off, hopefully, to return at some point when you're a little less sick of the place.
Yes.
But they do turn out, those that are there. The troglodytes, for their part, also make a turnout. With the... they make a small turnout, small as they are. And even the Warren Guard stands at the threshold of the Warren, watching as you all mount up and get ready to leave. What's left of the village gathers in slightly cheerier mood than they were yesterday. It's less somber. There's more open happiness now that the ground is green. Fields can finally be tilled as the ground is beginning to thaw properly. And during the evening of that day, during the evening of yesterday, the carts from Mordan and from Stanislav finally arrived, loaded with supplies, food, wooden and stone building materials, replacement tools, wagon wheels, more horses in tow, oxen to work fields. It really seems like Stanislav has not held back this time. And there's a new breath of life into the village, and as a result, there's a calm but still decidedly joyous celebration. Bittersweet. Of you guys leaving the village. A keg is broken open. There's chatter, not muted or cautious like was the norm back when you guys got here. People openly, happily speaking to one another. Finally free of the guillotine that had been hanging over their heads for however long. Roscoe.
Before... Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
No,
okay.
I just wanted to make sure before we left.
I have a question too.
Yeah, well, you can ask it first, Chaiko, because I have a feeling my thing might take a while.
Where's our tent? Did we ever pick the tent back up?
It
We
finally,
did go get it, like,
Yeah, you
session 3.
Yeah, you guys
Making
still,
sure.
you guys still have your tent, yes. I was tempted to have it just like the snow is thawed, and finally, coming out from underneath the snow thaw, you see your tent.
My tent, that
It went
fucking
unscathed.
thing. Yeah, it better be. I set that thing up twice, only to just
Oh,
leave it.
the Holo's big ass tent he bought for the party.
Yeah,
Big ass fucking
the
tent
pavilion
that I set
tent,
up
yeah.
twice and it never got used.
Yeah.
Do we take it out and like put it back in since the ground is thawed, or
We're leaving.
Oh.
We're leaving.
did
I'm
we
just making
do it?
sure we have it.
Yeah, that's all I was asking.
That's fair.
I have a feeling.
Before-
Hot take: I bet party would burn it down if you saw it again, though.
I'm not gonna lie, I was half tempted the last time that we had to leave it out once again after I did several hours of nail freezing, finger aching work to put the thing in the ground for us to go. "Hey, we
The
gotta
ground is
go."
unfrozen now. Stop whining.
I know it's
Either.
unfrozen now. Either way. Before we leave, Kari would kind of step out and let's see, they're all here, yeah?
Yes. Everybody's here. Even Nida.
Yeah, I was about to say, Nida, if I may.
No.
No!
Yeah. Roscoe is there next to her with a now a peg leg attached.
Okay.
Something you know that Slate had been helping with the last couple days. He'd been
He finally got an upgrade.
Yeah.
Thank God.
no longer leaning on a cane or a broken spear. Finally got a proper peg leg for his stump.
Peggy stump.
Yes, and he's standing there like just behind Nida with a hand on her shoulder.
Sorry, I gotta pull myself back out. I just vanished. I accidentally hit backspace.
And then suddenly Kari becomes so corrupt he vanishes from existence.
Yeah, I can no longer exist on this plane. Nida, if I may speak with you in private?
She looks to Roscoe, and then to Ronya. Pats Roscoe's hand on her shoulder. Nods. And then steps forward to join you a little bit to the side.
With them, I would kind of turn to the rest of the group and go, "We'll be back momentarily. There's just something I've been needing to address." And
No worries.
bye. You just leave.
They never found his
Oh.
body.
Don't take too long. Hopefully.
They,
Oh no. Walk with me,
they
please,
never
Nida.
found the bodies.
Yeah, they never found the bodies. Kara will kind of turn and go, "Please walk with me, Nida. I have something I wish to discuss with you." And he would actually start walking towards the dryad, of all things.
Her look is laden with suspicion given the direction you guys are walking in.
As we kind of begin to walk, because it's pretty deep. Yeah, it's like is that the tree? Is this big ass tree the actual dryad tree?
No, it's way further off.
Yeah, I figured. How far out is it? Is it like an
Okay.
hour?
It was
No,
like a
at all.
20-minute walk.
Okay. Before we get to the tree line, probably right about here, Kari would kind of turn back to the village and kind of motion his head for Nida to look as well.
She will.
You fought and you died, Nida. And giving your life for something. To see this place unfrozen, I have to ask. Would you do it again?
Stab, sir.
No.
That's not a threat. I need to clarify.
Her eyes search across your face, as if looking for maybe why you're asking this. And then for the first time in weeks, her mouth opens. She says, I don't know. I have been asking myself a lot of questions the last few days. And I don't have a lot of answers. I've died. Then apparently my mom died. A mom who I knew for a few weeks, who had apparently been a stone's throw from me for months, and I'd never known. And then while I was unconscious, or dead, more specifically, she apparently crumbled to ash, and she points to a point on her cheek where you still see a ghost of a handprint on her cheek, bringing me back to life. And this group has been my life for 20-something years. Ronya is a sister to me. Slate's always been like an uncle. As a matter of fact, the entire group has always been something of a family that always kind of took the place that my mom never. And now that I've apparently lost her and died, come back, very nearly lost everything that mattered to me. Trying my best to be brave in the face of overwhelming strength for her. I'm gonna be really honest. Dying is fucking terrifying. I didn't, or at least I don't remember seeing anything. It's just black. It's worse than black. It was nothing. There was no dreams. There was no awareness of being dead. I was just gone and then back. Suddenly I have a woman crumbling to ash on top of me, and then I'm out again. If that's what death and if that's what dying for what you love feels like, then I don't know, man.
Wait, sorry. Kara would kind of keep walking towards the Dryad's like shrine at this point, just kind of listening to her. You know, giving her a nod every once in a while.
My dad always talked about how his brothers, his mercenary self, would always fight and die for what they believed in, their causes, for their gold. And we've been talking a lot the last few days about what it means to lose people. One of the things that scares me the most is when I think of my mom, I kind of feel nothing. I barely knew her. I only just got to talk to her. She was weird. I kind of barely understood her in some cases. Explains the ability to speak Sylvan, though. But yeah, I don't know what feels worse. The dread of dying, or the complete lack of any emotion when it comes to my mom being dead. I don't know if that means I'm just broken.
No, in a very strange way, I actually understand that. When my mother passed, I was... Yeah. How old why can I not keep her name in my brain? It just doesn't stick. Nida. How old is Nida again? You'd say like 25?
Like 22.
Yeah, okay. When I was younger, I would say it was quite a few years at this point, I remember the mountain that I lived beneath with my father, a titanic red dragon, and my mother, who was a slave, concubine, whatever it may have been, but I barely knew mine. And when she passed, I felt like I should have cared more. But I didn't. And it's not like I didn't care for the woman. I did. But there were other things that kept me forward and kept me grounded. And I see what you have in this village. A village you stood against an enemy who brought me to my knees and admittedly may have brought this entire village to nothing but cinders, and you stood, albeit perhaps with fear, but you stood regardless, and you staked your life to keep it. And Nida, I want you to understand that I respect the sacrifice that you made, and I would ask of you something that I have been seeking, well, for the last few months. Oh, month or so. The last month or so. We've only been here about 2 months.
She looks at you, and curiosity and suspicion war on her face. As she then says, okay, out with it. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for a home. Not just this home, a better, safer home for everybody. And that journey is going to take me away for a very long time. And the troglodytes, though they do not have a good standing with you all yet, they did fight and they died beside you. I would ask, as their chief, and with my aspirations of one day becoming a proper king, to defend these people. You're strong, and you who would be willing to sacrifice even your own life to keep those who you cared about safe. I would ask of you to be their champion.
One of her hands comes up and just sort of rubs at the back of her neck, and she says, oh, and you don't ask for shit, do you?
I find that the hardest decisions are also the most important.
Fuck, I can give it a go. If my dad can manage it, maybe I could try.
I suspect you can, Nida. I do. And Karya, who's been carrying his champion's glaive this whole time, will kind of flip it around and take a seat. and lay it between them, as he's done several times before at this point. And he'll say, "Please sit, then."
Okay, I guess we're getting ritualistic about this, as she then takes a sort of lotus seat in front of you.
If there's one thing I can tell you that I've learned from these troglodytes, is they are nothing if not stuck to their ways. But for better or for worse, the Warren Guard, the defender of those eggs, the next generation, they may learn a new way, and if that's the case, it may be up to us to lead them and the rest of your people into a better tomorrow. I don't ask you to be a champion for just the troglodytes who I pulled from the earth. I ask you to be the defender of your people. And if you would take this, then on the blood of your father, and on the blood of all those who will come after you, please, it's yours.
She looks down at the axe, and then she looks up at you and says, I don't know. I don't know where you're getting this faith in me from. I don't know where you think I can even start leading a group of troglodytes when you, already being half dragon, apparently have a hard enough time keeping them alive as it is. If I wasn't currently sitting across from you right after a massive raid on my home where I apparently died, I would think this is a bad joke.
It's not your skill, Nida, that I care about. It's the passion and the will that you would sacrifice yourself for everyone who stood behind you. That is what I wanted to inspire when I first left my nest. The willingness that you would give yourself to everyone who would be behind you and they would rally to your cause, and I think you can do it. And if I'm wrong, then when I return, you may return the glaive to me. But I suspect that I'm not. I know I'm asking you, admittedly a very heavy thing to consider, but if you would defend your people, not just the troglodytes, your village, Slate, and your father, and Ronya, and everyone, I believe you could become a great warrior. Whether you want that life, or this is only temporary, that's up for you to decide.
Fuck it. She brings one hand down hesitantly, and then grasps the bone haft of the glaive. Gets up on her feet, grabs it with the other hand, and then hefts it, and it's heavy. It's unwieldy. But she kind of bounces it in her hands a bit, hefting it around. Okay, and what do? I just, wave this around and shout Vata Ka a bunch, and they'll fall in line, or...?
No. I can handle that part, at the very least. And he'll give her a little pat on the back. All seriousness and rituals aside, they're very hard-headed, but they are committed, and they've witnessed you fight, and they've witnessed me, and if they trust me, well, I suppose they'll learn to trust you as well. But we can learn on those details later. We need to teach you how to fight, so you don't die again.
Yeah, my dad has been talking about potentially teaching me a few more things. He's a little hampered by the leg thing, but the peg leg helps.
Well, when I return, why don't we start some proper lessons?
Oh. If you're so insistent. Sure, why not? She then brings it up, bumps the butt of the glaive on the ground a little bit, as if adjusting and getting a grip on it, and says, "Right, well, we kept the others a bit waiting for a little bit, I think."
I agree. Though you can say it if you want.
Nah. It's not
Save it
forced.
for when it counts.
Yeah,
It will sound fun.
yeah, it's not force coming out of my mouth. I'll find some other way to what do you call it, to whip them into line.
I trust you will. And he'll flash her a little bit of a smile and then
Yep.
nod to Vair. And
She'll nod
shall we then?
a little more confidence in her posture now. She now has the weight of the glaive in one hand. She will, as you two will make your way back to the road. As she steps out of the tree line, a little bit faster than you, Karya.
Mm-hmm.
As she breaks the tree line, the group looks towards her and says, "All right, well, it took Karya. I killed Karya. I took his glaive, and I'm in charge now."
All right, I'm going to unsheath my sword.
And then Karya walks through the tree line.
I'm going to sheath my sword.
I'm going to put my hand on Mallory's hilt.
Please no.
I summon Abyss Mom.
So,
I slowly close my hands around Hollow's neck. No, I'm kidding.
Stop it.
I eat Siren fur.
Nida walks up to the group, and there's a small hush that comes over. So she brings the glaive up, plants it in the dirt, so it's standing vertical next to her, and kind of leans on it, both hands kind of tightly wrapped around it, in a posture that's very reminiscent of her father. As she seems to look for words and then says, "In the never-ending string of bad decisions that has been made following up to the founding of this village, Karya has decided to make the massive mistake, and we've come to an agreement to jointly look after the village and lead it as best we can. I know that my dad had high hopes of me taking over for him, but I have to disappoint him by taking him up on that."
Well, at least personally, I don't think you'll be a disappointment, Nida.
Don't talk about me like I'm not here, god damn it!
Oh,
As he's just like,
you're here.
he's sort of like
Sometimes I can still see. Sometimes I can still hear her voice.
as Roscoe kind of like shakes his cane in his daughter's direction.
Oh, I see.
But Nida continues this. Karya and his crew will be leaving for a time, and then while they're gone, he's put me in charge of both the troglodytes and making sure that nothing else goes wrong in this village, which I think is a terrible idea, but I think of everybody left here. I think I've been given a fresh dose of life. I've been put in a position as someone with the most the most energy to actually try and see this through, so I'm going to give it a try. I hope you
At
guys
that
have...
point, Karu. Oh, I'm sorry. Go.
She nods to the group and says, "I hope you guys have a safe trip, and I hope you guys come back sooner rather than later." So you can see just exactly how much we burned the town down. We burned the town down while you guys are gone. Especially with
You'll
Misky
fine,
over there.
Ryder.
Before the Karya kind of departs and climbs on the wagon, he'll kind of overlook the rest of the town as well as the troglodytes, Warren Guard, and all of them, and go, "I know that we have brought a great many disturbances to your lives, and while I do want to apologize, I believe it's been for the best." And he'll kind of scratch his chin for a second and go, "At least I hope. But the reason I came was from my ancestral home. And it lays in the wastes up to the north. Those who brought these troglodytes down upon you and used them as weapons, they are still out there. But when I free my home, and I take back and found a place of safety for all people, outcasts, perhaps even dragons, you will all be welcome. And I will greet you there myself. Meaning, don't die.
Boris, the goblin off to the side, just kind of kicks at a rock and goes, "Well, shit, you don't make small promises, do you?"
My father, as awful as he was, or is, I've never really figured that one out, instilled a very great many of terrible qualities in me. But the one good that I can say is that I've learned to at least dream, and dream for something even greater. And I
So that's
believe we can do it together.
So that's where his ambition comes from.
Twang raises a mug and says, "Well, you've got the ambition of a dragon, that's damn sure. Well, same to you. Don't go getting yourselves fucking killed out there while you're gone. Once you're coming back to a place they can actually welcome you, and it'd be sad if half you come back in a casket."
Oh, we'll be more than fine.
Hey,
We've got
like,
Lolo with us.
yes, and like,
Lola lets out a little squeak.
and I've said,
Lola lets out a little wheat.
Weep, weep.
Fucking a capybara squeal.
like a guinea pig.
What was Flick saying?
Flick will follow up by saying, I've said this to one person before, and I'll say it to you all this time. The waves are always calmer on the other side of the squall. At least that's how I think the saying goes. But regardless.
Well, it seems as though the rest of the water may be frozen over in the north, but I get what you mean, Flick.
Yeah. Of course.
Before you guys make to depart, Nida will kind of make her way around and go to Siren.
Oh.
She will then step up to you and, looking a little bit sheepish, will say, I thought about what you said yesterday. I'm gonna be honest, the thing about my mom being proud of me is a bit confusing. Because, I've never had a mom to be proud of me. Until like a couple weeks ago. And now she's kinda dead. So, spent a while processing that. And, he helped. And I'll be honest, I'm still pretty fucking confused. Life has left me with a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. But if there's one thing I've come to learn, it's that usually when someone has some reason to feel bad for another person, to sympathize, it's usually because it comes from a place of, kind of the same hurt. And I hope that for you, whatever that is, you find more answers than I've gotten. And hopefully for you, it can still be fixed. I just want to wish you luck with that.
Thank you, Nida. Thank you very much. Yes, I do very much take that sentiment to heart. And as for the confusion that you feel, there is not really much I can do to lessen that confusion other than to say that you will understand in time. All I can say is that the way your mother looked at you and how you regarded yourself, how you carried yourself on the battlefield and off. I can't help but see how much she loved you. And that's a very precious thing to have.
Think about it. If you gotta kind of love something, if you're willing to die for it.
Yes, indeed. And more so if you're willing to sacrifice yourself for it.
Yeah. You know, maybe I will understand. Maybe a bit of time. Maybe if I'm a mom in the future, maybe I'll get it then. For now though, I think I'm gonna be kind of busy. Maybe babysitting all these guys here will help me understand that a little bit. I don't know. To which what do you call it? Yanabel says, "I used to change your diapers." And again, sheepish-looking Nida takes a step away and says, "I hope you guys have a safe trip." She looks between each of you. And
Thank you. And you'll all be more than fine without us here. I know it may seem like
Gods, I
we
hope
did
so.
so much, and I know it seems like we, did most of the heavy lifting, but really, everything that's happened is because of you guys. This village, the unity you all have. You did everything. Didn't really need us.
very nice of you to say. Come visit.
We will.
This will be your guys' home, no matter what happens. And maybe when the time comes, we'll have the place a little more developed. We'll have a bit more of an outreach north, and hopefully, we can help you guys find that dragon home.
That would be incredible.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a sight to see. All covered in snow. Go on, get out of here before we start crying.
Too late. No, good.
Disgusting.
Oh, yes.
I know it smelled this much salt so far away from the sea. Anyways.
I'm
Alright.
not big on
I
speeches.
know.
I'll keep myself short. It's been a pleasure getting to know all of you. You've weathered one storm. You'll be prepared for the next one. Don't die. Have a nice day.
Miski,
What
for
do you
his
say?
part, just kind of gives a thumbs up and says, "Thanks for the cabbages, dude.
The cabbages, dude.
My
So long,
cabbages.
and thanks for all the cabbages."
Okay. Well, my friends, I believe it's time we head off. Vark has to go to school, and we need our reward.
You guys begin loading
Pretty
up into
much.
the cart. The two from the society saddle up in front. And as you guys begin to load up and roll away, Harvest, who has been quite quiet for the most part, in one last gesture, as you guys go, and the rest of the village toasts your guys' departure, Harvest raises his hand, one finger extended, and a glittering missile fires into the air as a burst of glitter dust explodes like fireworks to mark your guys' passing.
And I take it that's the end of the arc.
And that is the end of that arc.
We did it!
We did it.
As you guys move on to
Huzzah!
bigger and brighter things.
Yes, like the bark arc. Bark arc.
Bark arc.
The Vark arc.
The trip to Mordan is a quick one overall. Facilitated by big horses, a lack of a caravan to worry about, and a now fully repaired bridge in perfect condition. Just as the ghoul messenger once said, as you guys are now with Boris and his ghoul. Not Boris, Sergei and his ghoul. As you guys are underway, cross the bridge, and once more make the trip down the river. Unless you would like to to stay in Rhymehell for a little bit and check in with the little girl or with Granny.
I think.
I think
No, let's run them over. Joke.
Yeah.
yes.
Move or get run over.
As you guys race on through. But yes, the trip back to the Mordani Confederacy is one that takes a couple weeks, but it's not nearly the 1 month trip you guys had to go through. The original passage. As it turns out, the way back is easier than the way there. And you arrive once more in the shadowed coastline that is the Mordani Confederacy. The daytime grows dimmer and shorter as you get deeper into the territory. And eventually, once more, you see the Gothic spires of Mordan looming over the horizon. You pull in. It'll be up to her to. It'll be up to. What's her name? Up to Nida to get all that shit working. We have to get the advisor roles and everything sorted out. She's gonna be playing Kingmaker for a little bit.
Oh lord. Also, yeah, for Karya gave her the petrifying glaive, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
Oh wow.
You gave up your one magic weapon.
Now waiting.
I wasn't allowed to keep it if I named the champion anyways, and that's fine.
Looks.
You've named the champion, and you are the chieftain. Yes. It's gonna be her job
Now
to
we
keep
need
them in
to
line
look
for a
for-
time. Yes. So, right. You arrive at the gates of Mordan with Roscoe in tow, as he gave a somewhat tearful goodbye to his daughter and to his village. He does intend to return, whether it's with you guys or not, depending on what direction you decide to go after this. As you arrive at the gates, Hollow recognizes a familiar face.
Wait, what?
Oh, God,
Huh?
it's mine. No, I'm kidding.
You see a
Don't mama. No, I'm kidding.
a slightly portly man, now dressed in somewhat eccentric clothing. It's still the typical
merchant.
black and gray of Mordani fashion, but there are like bright strips of yellow breaking it up, and he's got a big floppy top hat. As he's standing upon a soapbox, and you see a newly emblazoned as a sign where before it was just simply Express Wagon Company, where you had bought your massive mammoth wagon.
Oh my god.
Is now a sign that says Crazy Kharkov's Carts and Compliments, all with K's. As
Oh,
the
no.
man in the clothing who you remember being a very sort of like yes, excellent customer, yes, is now half dancing on his soapbox as he's giving pitches. As do you need exotic transportation? Does your head hit the door frame wherever you go? My friend, welcome to Crazy Kharkov's, where we sell carts, compliments, and all of the completion for your life. Do you need a big cart? Do you need a very small cart? We sell everything. The craziest, the completest, the most complicated. As he, every single time, he marks it with a sort of hand sign that kind of approximates to being a K. Sometimes he forgets a finger. As he then sees your cart rolling up towards the gate, and he says, and there we have it, my first happy customer. Will you look at that? The most comprehensive of carts. Look upon its glory and gaze. You, sir, could you tell the loving audience here how happy you are with your wagon?
He's just pointing at the holo.
Yes, he's pointing directly at Holo in the driver's seat, or in the wagon specifically.
Ooh.
I was about to say, yeah, I'm
Ask
driving.
if you need any sort of confirmation, ask the first man to make his first crazy order for Kharkov. As it seems like word got around about that strange massive cart his store made, and now he has a gimmick, and he's working that gimmick.
I made this man very wealthy, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Hold on. You just became a billboard for this man's business.
Oh my god, he's Jared from Subway,
Yeah.
except not like that.
Except not like that. No, as a matter of fact, he under his arm, not even waiting for you to respond, Hollow, under his arm, he has what looks to be some sort of like rolled up, like massive rolled up parchment of some sort, which he then runs up to the side. Like this small man runs up to the side of your cart, dwarfed by the side of it, and just takes it, rolls it out across the side of the wooden facing of your wagon, takes out a pair of nails, grips it in his teeth, and then a hammer, and hammers it into the side of your wagon. And across the side of your wagon is now a big splash billboard / advertisement for Crazy Kharkovs.
Excuse me, royalties.
Okay.
I'm not even joking, Carl. Excuse me. Advertising royalties. Points at the sign.
But sir, you are driving one of my products.
Yes.
Can you really say that you are that you are not so satisfied with the quality of it? Look, it is untouched, despite braving the north.
Sure, if
Okay,
anyone is
could-
curious about the KKK, we can just tell them that it's here.
No,
Why not?
KKK. I will have you
Ah, yes.
know, you forgot the K.
My apologies. There's 4 of them.
Yes.
Mallory, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I want Mallory to give Crazy Kharkov a little bit of a glare and then say, as an Inquisitor does, the law. We have purchased this wagon, and now you're hammering nails into it. Isn't that destruction of private property? And should we
But sir,
discuss this matter elsewhere?
you have not heard of our newest policy. We call it the live service model.
Yes, but this was purchased before the policy.
Ah,
and therefore
policy
does
has
not
changed.
apply. Policy cannot change before. Policy cannot change after the purchase.
Stanislav!
He goes up to the driver's seat, and he's just like, he goes up, he like scrambles up to the driver's seat, like next to Karya, looks into the wagon and goes, guys, please, I need this advertisement. This is my one niche in the market here. I've finally got it cornered. I will pay you royalties. Please just don't make a big deal out of it.
Then pay us the royalties.
I will.
Yeah,
Just not right now.
In addition, if I may, as I kind of also scrambled to where he's leaned over to our car.
You're breaking my balls.
Listen. Everything they're saying, I've never heard of this before, but everything that Mallory is saying does make sense. I do believe you owe us some amount of money if we are to advertise your shop. In addition, do you happen to sell any small, tiny carts that would fit in the palm of my hand?
Excuse me?
If you are willing to negotiate a slight lowering of the royalties, I will include that.
A little bit. but
Lower
in
royalties.
exchange-
more
Listen,
royalties.
Listen, if he sells a tiny little cart that can fit in my hand, we can give him a small discount for a
It is.
small cart.
I would say a lowering of 1 copper per one copper per sale would be taken off of that. It is tiny. It is a cart for fleas.
Yes. Do you have one?
I can get one made. All orders make sense. All orders as he leans back out the front and goes. All orders for Crazy Kharkovs are custom made, custom with a capital K.
Holo's gonna hold up a finger. add in a cart that fits 2 candy bars inside.
It is done.
Yes, perfect.
I will give you.
Alright.
I will give you a royalty of 1 silver coin per sale made. And for every size category higher than for medium creatures, I will bump it up by 5 silver.
Deal.
I'm selling all this.
These carts have withstood the north, and they are even fit for a dragon.
I'm heading for the dogs.
As
I'm leaving.
Vair like stands up, like he like thrusts his head up through the up the driver's seat. So he's like his front half of his body is leaning out. His front paws on the side of the driver's seat next to where Kari is standing. His wings unfurl, and there's a wash of ooh from the crowd.
Yes, you heard it here, folks. Size doesn't matter. Bigger is better.
As you can see, even the lady is discerning. She knows the importance of not just how you move the cart, but the size and the girth. You see, it has withstood the massive creatures of the north. It has weathered the biting chill and kept its passengers safe, as all of them have returned alive. Unheard of.
It is also withstand. It also has withstand bullets and wyverns.
Yeah, we did actually.
You want to bring up?
Wyverns.
Flick will bounce his way up to the front to address the crowd and say, "Want to bring along your family, your friends, and your entire town too? Bring them one of these things.
Smack,
You never
smack.
know.
This
This thing can fit so many adventurers.
This bad girl can fit so many townsfolk."
As there's hubbub and scuttlebutt and gossip and then people just murmuring and among the crowd. As he then hops down from the cart and says, "As you can see, not one, not two, but 7." Wait. As he then points to Vair and says, 8 satisfied customers, all satisfied by the size of Kharkov's custom deals. As he then
No, I'm kidding.
as he then strides back into the sales floor, he shoots you guys a wink there's a mouthing of money later. As he then continues working the crowd as he now has people like jingling bags of coin, and he from underneath one of the from underneath a red cloth he produces a palm-sized wagon, which he jiggles like the front reins for as he sort of like sweeps it across in front of the crowd as if like holding something tantalizing under their noses.
Kari at this point will turn to Hollow and go, "I know that I gave you quite a bit of grief for your unsafe investment. However, I was wrong. I give you this. I give you your finances half back."
You never even took my finances.
I took them in spirit.
Question for the GM real quick.
Sure.
Did we ever fix the wagon when it was attacked by the bullet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did we ever fix... Alright, okay, never mind then.
There's a giant hole in it.
Yeah, look at it. Withstood the test.
Is it the hole is on the other side of the wagon?
Yeah. The hole. He covered it with the banner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, we had a reason to be here, so
Yes, but first, tiny cart.
yes. Siren, why did you want a tiny cart?
There's a reason I will show you once I have it in my hands.
Okay.
Marcus heading to the dogs.
I'm going to join you, and I'll whistle for Vair to jump on down with a flourish and panache as they finally gets off. And
After we have the meeting with Stanislav and we get our reward, I had to go do a few things around town, but I should be able to meet up later.
Well, Roscoe
We
says,
should stock up.
yeah,
I'm in a bit of a similar boat myself.
I was actually like Roscoe speaks. I was actually going to say you might want to wait until after you guys talk to Stanislav, because that's when you get your money. You can actually spend it.
Yeah.
That is true. And fair.
I mean, if you got any coin on you right now, you'd like to stock up on things real quick. Though, I mean, knowing how you guys talked about this place before, I would figure you'd want to get your shopping out of the way in one go. Get out.
Yeah.
That said, there are some interesting places around here. If you want to have a look around, please feel free. I can wait. Hell, I can go in and talk to Stanislav first for you guys, and then we can talk about the finer points when you guys are ready to join.
Roscoe, if you're going to go, then I would actually like to accompany you. I'm okay with that. I have some business I want to speak with Stanislav about.
I would like to join as well.
Of course, Aiko.
Right. Anybody else?
Me too.
Yeah, some coin pulling in.
I know I want to stop by the map maker again to show off the progress.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe we go as a group to Stanislav, and then get
Yeah.
our money, get the job done, have everything explained, and then go shopping.
That's a solid idea. All right then. His estate isn't too far from the entrance. It's just a little bit up that way. So he points up the main street and then the right. We probably want to launch the wagon for a bit, because it's people are gonna get really angry if we start driving that through a street.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It's not too far of a walk. As Sergey nods and he says, "I will guide everybody the way. It's only right that I see you there." Very well then. Yeah. You guys begin making your way through Mordan, Main Street specifically. Something to note. Mordan is, as you more than likely have gleaned at this point, a place of interesting social convention. Something that Sergey demonstrates, as well as, weirdly enough, Moscow. When you pass by some people on the street, or where Sergey or Roscoe seem to notice or recognize a couple people, they don't say hi. They don't even shake hands. In a strange expression of custom, they walk up to one another, they fold their arms, and then they loom at one another. And for the typical Mordani citizen, who is usually dressed in like a black cloak or robe, hood pulled up, it's very in season and in fashion to have like a skull mask made of a precious metal and bejeweled as a face covering. It cuts a very imposing figure, and that's, you think, the fashion point. As these skull-faced, robed figures then loom over one another in passing, but not in a sinister way, but it just seems like that's just how they do things here. And Roscoe even says as much as like, honestly, it's kind of funny, and weirdly fun to just kind of lean at somebody in an imposing way, and whoever is the most imposing just kind of has the higher social stature, I guess. I never quite figured out. As like Sergey says, it's a little more complicated than that, but that's about as simple as you can make it.
So you're telling me that I have a good chance of being very successful here?
Oh, very much so. Although it should be said that you will not always just be running across human vampires. There are the occasional Goliath vampire, the occasional Firbolg. Their vampires do occasionally bite somebody of quite big stature, and they tend to have a strange amount of charisma in these parts. It does not nullify the strength and importance of financial acumen, but if you're at a ballroom, it will. If you cut a very imposing figure, it would most certainly be the talk of the room. Anyway, we are almost here. As you guys come up to a well-appointed manor with gridiron fencing, spiky spear tops on the fence, a front gate that, when opened, that hinges in a rusty, screeching fashion. Sergey blinks at that and says, "I have to get that oil," and then makes his way in. Standing at the front door, of course, are what Roscoe explains to be arbiters, which is the guard force of the Mordani. They are tall, imposingly armored, heavily armored, skull-helmeted, halberd-wielding individuals who they perpetually loom, and they do it in a way that threatens violence if disturbed. And as Roscoe describes it, break the law and they break your kneecaps. The Mordani do not hire useless people. I don't think any of you guys are dumb enough to do that, but if you're going to break a law, break it outside of line of sight. Anyway, Sergei finishes conversing with the guards. One of them opens the door, and you are all permitted into. You make your way through the front courtyard. The garden is immaculately kept. There are rose bushes, lilacs, lilies. It's surprisingly colorful, and it's manicured perfectly. The door opens, step inwards, and in stark contrast to the outside, the inside is brightly lit. There's candles, there's gas lamps, there's vases full of flowers, there's paintings of bright vistas all over the place. It's very much not what you would expect. It looks more like, well, certainly upper class and ostentatious in many ways, but in a way that like a Renaissance noble might do, not a brooding vampire. You're guided up a set of marble steps, across marble tiles, and up to a set of, as tends to be the norm around here, imposing large wooden double doors, hewn from some sort of dark wood. Doors are pulled open by two more arbiters, and inside, sitting at a desk, a face you have not seen for a couple of months. One that, contrary to his dour expression before, when you first met him, with a very businesslike mask, looks up, sees Roscoe, sees Sergei, sees the rest of you, and he smiles. Sets down the quill that he was writing on a piece of parchment with, waves towards himself as if beckoning you in, and says, "I am glad to see that you are all alive. Please come in. I'm sure you're given the message that Vark had passed to me. It has been a long and tiring trip for all."
Quite so. And thank you.
It has.
If you would like, please pull up a plush seat. I will have food and drinks served, as I am sure you have a good bit to tell me. And I will
Indeed we do.
roll time forward a little. Just to, because basically all we'll be doing is recapping every session until this point.
Well, you don't want to have a full session of recap?
Oh, sure. Let's spend the next hour just going over
we dropped down
what
into
we
this
did.
hole, and it had some weird people that were eating something, and they were apparently eating people. We killed them, and then we went down to the deeper parts, and we killed more of them. Turns out they have harboring villagers. We found a mother, left her alone because she was with eggs, and we didn't really, kill those. And then we found this giant thing that imprisoned Karya, and then we had to fight Karya, but it's okay because we got him back, and then we killed. Anyways.
Yes.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a mix of factual bias, sporadic first-person, third-person accounts.
Yeah.
And then I recap the
At some point, I tried to kill Hollow Hollow.
Yes. At one point, I got mind-controlled and almost choked Hollow Hollow to death.
Yeah.
She admits in a tone that is a little too bright.
Yeah.
Me and my friend Vark had intervened multiple occasions.
That was
Yes.
such a bad time for Hollow Hollow. Can we really?
Oh
consider
my
that?
Oh,
God.
God,
He
yes.
almost died
Oh.
every single session. He was like single digits, almost dead. He was eaten, he was beaten, and he was strangled.
You know the Sir Pello meme where it's just him getting smacked and him just making noises
Mhm.
like several times, like a big hand. That was almost.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He goes.
Choked him like a street performer's puppet. Yep. So, Stanislav attentively listens to all of you. In the meantime, he is occasionally pouring himself a bit of blood to sip. Though the first time he does it, he's like, "You don't mind if I drink, or does it put you off? I can forego it for a while if needed."
Head shake.
That's what you need to say.
No, go right ahead.
I appreciate it.
That's sustenance, is it not?
It is. Unfortunately so. I unfortunately I know that it is not always In a twist of irony, everybody's cup of tea to watch somebody else drink another creature's life juices.
I bit a troglodyte's throat out while we were adventuring. This isn't disturbing at all.
I was going to bathe them in their blood and then anoint them.
You have developed some interesting ideas since you've left. Are you sure? Perhaps you shouldn't spend as
I'm
much time
very-
away from civilized society again.
I'm sorry for my companions.
See.
It was, as we's told, very strenuous out there.
Perhaps wild situations breed wild ideas. Regardless, seems like you've all been through quite an ordeal. Certainly more than I had promised you, and for that I am sorry. Originally the contract was simply to retrieve somebody that owed a debt, find out what happened to him, and see whether or not that can be solved. Ultimately, I am far more interested in getting the metal out of that hill than I am in punishing anybody or enacting some sort of contingency. I'll be plain. The metals in those hills will be of great use to both the country, to your people. To you as adventurers, I have no doubt you could definitely have use for magical metals. I am no doubt that you guys would have you people would have a distinct interest in using that and having an easy supply of such, as is everybody else in the world, and it would secure my family quite a bit of capital. So, with how much investment and how much was already put into the region, I would see no reason in jumping straight to punishment and wasting all that effort, let alone the amount of damage that might do and bad blood it might breed. That said, you were all originally promised a seed fund of 10,000 gold per person should you accomplish your goal, which you did. And I thank you for that, for returning Roscoe to me alive so that he may explain his situation. I will have you all rewarded post-haste. If you wish, you can either get the money in coinage, or you can have it in scrip, which you may use at the stores here in Mordaunt. You may break that up however you wish. You may also potentially turn it into credit with any of the affiliated stores bound to my family, though I would understand if you would not wish to do so, as I know you will probably not be spending a lot of time here. Additionally, in exchange for added hazards and unexpected complications, I will be packing on a bonus of 2,500 gold, and a good word to some of those stores I mentioned to potentially dig a little deeper behind the counter, or perhaps even get you a discount. I would prefer you all be better equipped in the future so you can stay alive in the event that you would wish to undertake another job from me. Or at the very least, because I know you were all true to your word, honest workers, and held to the contract, I'll be honest, I like you all. You did right, and you did the job as I asked it. And I'm quite happy that you did so with minimal casualties, and you even went out of your way to help people that you would otherwise not have any business doing so.
Lark bows. Bows.
Bows?
Bows.
You all
Draws his bow.
did admirably, and I think that should be rewarded. We need more people like you in this world. So, I would be remiss if I didn't take the extra steps to try and equip you better, so that you may survive just a bit longer, make this world perhaps a slightly less arduous place to live through. Frankly, I spent a very long time hoping I could have more Roscows around me, and it seems I found that. And you guys were saying.
You can go ahead, Peppy.
No, you can go first.
Siren says, actually, Siren will also, taking after Vark, bow as well and say, well, it's very pleasant as well to see you also being an honest businessman and keeping to your word, and not punishing people who cannot pay on their debt after everything they've gone after. I believe we also need more people like you. Not just us, but like you as well. And I will say, I I'm still discovering so much about this world after living in such a small village. I always thought that, vampires just drank blood and counted things, but it turns out they just like metal, which is quite nice. So
He
it
actually
has been an
chuckles.
absolute
Oh,
it has been an absolute pleasure to work with you. Thank you so much for being
Oh,
so
you're
kind.
absolutely wrong. Anyways,
you
Well,
are
there is metal in blood to
Mhm.
some extent.
you are
Iron.
you are a very sweet woman, Seren, and thank you very much. I don't often hear things like that. It's unfortunately uncommon here in Ordon. Praise is usually done in the form of payment bonuses and missives, backhanded typically. Thank you very much.
Stanislav,
Uh,
if I may,
Please.
what do you intend to do with these white gods? If they attacked the village, or at least had a hand in it, they are going to be holding quite a, well, I hate to say the word monopoly, as I'm sure it's almost a, I swear I would say it would be almost a sin to say it and then we're done a confederacy, but
Monopoly is an interesting word here. It can, depending on who you're talking to, it can either be a compliment or a vile curse. But we do have laws here for the for contingencies in cases of monopoly, market domination, and in the case of what Asirin was mentioning, extenuating circumstances. While not all
Yes.
not all Mordani acknowledge those, yes, the White Gods.
They will come back.
Frankly, I don't
according
have
to
frankly I don't have a plan for them at this point.
if
they-
I may,
Please.
I would ask of you their location. As I've been told by the troglodyte leaders prior to I became the leader of said tribe, spoke of an ancient draconic home, filled with riches, no doubt, but most certainly also where these white gods have taken home. If you are to find it, and if you are to set out and have need of somebody who's there, I will not deny the fact that my intentions for coming with you on this mission was to locate the home and establish it as a new kingdom. If you do send men to locate these, I only ask that you alert me, and I will happily join.
I'll be honest. Moving forward, I have no idea what I'm dealing with when it comes to these so-called white gods. It could be just a group of wizards masquerading as deities, completely befuddling the local indigenous population to believe that they are deities, which, I'll be honest, has been done before. In fact, one could argue that's how the papacy started, but that's a hot-button issue that I will not comment on.
Oh shit!
Though, over time, their credence or credibility has at least been somewhat proven by the fact that they are, in fact, communicating with Celestials. I don't know what exactly these creatures... They could be Celestials of their own who have strayed from their god and come down and broken the divine mandate. What I am certain is, more than likely, these are the individuals responsible. They are undeniably powerful. They are responsible for why nobody can ever come back from the frontier without either being maddened or in a body bag.
Prior to us.
And so, the best I can say is that we will move forward with caution. We'll keep an eye out for further stones like what you mentioned. We'll demolish them if we find them.
All I ask is that you keep me informed. That
If I should find anything resembling a home for dragons, anything that might imply as such, you will be the first person I send a letter to. You and your cohort here.
Thank you.
I have one
I
question.
don't predict that it will be soon, though.
I don't. If I'm to be truthful with you and my companions, I am, as I hate to admit it, I am not strong enough to take on what may lurk there. So, time is fine.
I can only
I
hope.
have a question. Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead.
just to finish the point.
Uh,
I can only hope that with the destruction of that stone, the breadth of their influence in the area has waned enough that we can at least start harvesting some of the minerals in the area.
Indeed. Hello.
Stanislav
What is the
nods to you.
What is the possibility of owning a small shop here in this city?
Kind of leans back, steeples his fingers. Complicated, time-consuming. Could potentially help with that.
I'm
Would
just
have to
looking
be
for-
willing to stay here long-term, though.
I'm just looking for a smaller thing to do in between jobs.
Well, you could set up a stall. That could be
Traveling
doable.
merchants. You have a cart, don't you?
True.
We
You
do.
could run
Traveling
your,
merchant.
you could run your shop out of your wagon, monstrosity. You could find a place where people will allow you to park it. Or you could set up a stall of some sort, a collapsible one. Those are easy enough to get. And all you would need is to get the weekly permit to set that stall up in your designated area and sell your goods. It's doable. If you want a shop, and I mean a shop, not just a stall, that's a lot more, and would require you to be willing to stay here long term because we don't permit vacancies here. If a house is empty, it gets filled up.
Mm-hmm. I see. Just something for me to think about.
Something to consider. But if you wish to if you have a trade you can ply, and you just wish to do so on the roadside, I would go to the local legal office and apply for a salesman permit that'll last you for about a week. If you manage to keep that up for a solid 3 years, you're allowed a extended merchant license, which lasts you a year at a time.
Interesting.
So,
I'll consider it.
that said, I've already informed my servants while you were explaining your adventure to me. They have been getting together the necessary funds in hopefully uncumbersome denominations, as well as in bills and scripts, so that you are not lugging around sacks of precious metal through a city. If you wish for some recommendations on some stores to visit, I can give you some, or Sergey may. And in the meantime, I would encourage you to have a look around the city, to find things to better equip yourself with, and potentially even make some contacts, as there are lots of knowledgeable people in this city who could be of great help to you, especially if your trip to the north, as it seems, has left you with quite a few questions. I will keep you all posted. Please keep me informed of where you expect to be in the future, so that I may send a messenger. I will see about potentially getting a set of sending stones to keep us in contact, so we don't have the same issue we had with Moscow. Speaking of which, I will also try and get a pair for that so I can communicate regularly with your village, Moscow. So,
Sending stones would be nice.
unfortunately, requires...
Mallory and
Oh yeah, Mallory had to leave. Unfortunate. Yeah, and that's right before we would get to the shopping section.
Oh, I thought this was going to be more the session than the offers.
I mean, I wanted to, when we finish this off, I wanted to know if you guys wanted to quickly visit any of the shops, because I did want to kind of get to that bit, because I've got a whole fucking sheet of them here.
I need a new weapon.
Yes. But yes.
I'm right here.
So
I'm right here.
The Stanislav holds senses, but in the future, unfortunately, sending stones are a little bit hard to come by. They're very in demand, and they have the magical crafters only make so many because, as in demand as they are, they're not sold for a massive amount. But I will hopefully find somebody who can make a set for us. That's it. Any further questions before I set you all loose?
Question for GM. Sending stones. Can you link me those? Because I'm trying to look for those. I might be able to make those. I doubt it. I might be able to help with that. That's something that.
So, sending stones, or as they're called in Pathfinder, missive stones.
Missive, that's why. Okay.
2 small polished pieces of black rock. The stones are always created in pairs. When you or another person each wears one of the stones, you can send whispered messages to one another as long as you're no more than 3 miles apart. So, the issue there, I guess, is getting ones that
3
can
miles.
communicate over a longer distance.
You would probably need a I forget which meta magic, but you probably would need a
Extending.
meta magic feat.
Or,
Yeah,
or is
extending.
it distance? Anyway.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a meta magic. Either which way, I would say this to Sergey. Regarding the sending stones, while they may not have the capabilities to craft them right, the magical capabilities to craft them, I'm lacking spells to do so. I have the talent to do so and capabilities if I had said things.
Well,
and resources.
As it is, we have more than a few magisters here in the city, and places you could find or commission scrolls that you could learn from, or even potentially commission somebody to tutor you.
Notice. Can you give me a list of places to possibly go? The more spells I know, the more things I'm able to make. So.
Understandable. If I were to suggest a place off the top of my head, there's a bookstore here in town called the Overflowing Librum. That I would recommend greatly. It is run by a wizard of some capability. He keeps a very large stock of books, as well as scrolls, empty spell books, and other magical paraphernalia that you may find of use to yourself.
I see. I thank you very much for this. I will. The Librum Arcadium, yes?
Overflowing Librum.
Overflowing Librum, sorry.
It is primarily markets itself as a bookstore, but I have never known the man in charge to ever turn up his nose at making a commissioned scroll. It's not exactly an under-the-table business, but it's not what most people go to his store for.
I see.
So, anybody else? Nope.
Well, I simply am in need to go find a weapon. I gave mine away.
Weapon. Interesting. Anything in particular that strikes your mind?
Well, pole arms generally. With my size, they're much easier for me to utilize. Spears, glaives, the like.
Well,
Karya, since I also need a weapon, I was considering talking to Chaiko about that. But also, I don't know how many resources we have access to make something. So,
Want me to pull out the list?
Yeah.
I mean,
no doubt
do we have like metal and stuff?
No doubt you'll be able to purchase necessary materials here in the city, but you'll also need to be able to get a forge you can work. And also the necessary crafting, the necessary magical tools to do so. Ultimately, it's still doable, but your main problem will be finding a forge. Still, I do have a couple of weapon shops I could recommend to you. In particular, there's one called Fangs and Tongs. And if they don't have something that satisfies you, I'm sure they'll know something. There are... one thing I've noticed that adventurers seem to labor under as a false impression is that individual cities will have like one major store where it has just a bunch of magical weapons on sale. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We don't tend to have those. We have lots of competing stores, and all of them tend to have a mantelpiece weapon that they have on display. And if you're looking for a good weapon, or like an impressive one, I would suggest looking between the different stores, or perhaps asking them if they can recommend one of their contemporaries that might have what you're looking for. If you don't find the weapon you're looking for in one shop, you'll more than likely find it in the other. Mordon is a big place with a lot of shops.
And materials. You
Materials.
spoke of mithril and these incredible magical metals. Do they exist here, or are they only found in the north? I'm not.
No, they are mined elsewhere. In particular, the Yucatan dwarves have a massive node that they sit on and hoard for themselves. They exist here, but they are prohibitively expensive and very useful. But again, this is the reason why this would be such a boon to our family if we could secure this supply lane and such a large amount of them. They would inevitably allow us a tight market hold and a niche that we can hammer at. In fact, the metals are very expensive, and having expensive things means we can sell them for a lot.
Well, I suppose having only need of a spearhead, I may not be in the hole too much. We will see. Chaiko, I trust your abilities, but my last one broke, so we'll see.
Glares menacingly. For the first time, the sweet bipedal fox looks angry. And
That's
very
not true.
unsweet.
Not true. Not the first time. You were very angry about the dryad.
That was Chi.
That
That was she. That's
not
true.
me, other person.
That's
Completely
another
different.
person.
That was my other personality. My other personality. Yes, so...
The glare goes away.
yes,
Anyways.
so if I were to make some other recommendations, I know that there's a couple of alchemists among you. I would recommend the the Languorous Ladle. They have some... they will have more than likely most of what you need for your alchemical needs, barring the more rare ingredients that must be specially imported. The talk of guns. We do have a gun store here in the shop, here in the town.
Guns! Just everyone with their eyes open.
We do have a firearm store, but they are a bit eccentric, and they only do custom orders and only for the people they trust. If you're curious, it's called TikTok Flintlock. They were originally a clockmaker. Yes. And if you're ever looking for some new clothing, or perhaps something to replace your thoroughly worn out sets of clothing for your trip, I recommend a personal friend of mine at the Looming Fruit.
God damn it.
Looming fruit?
Looming Fruit.
Oh, god damn it.
I don't get the joke.
It's a double joke. Because people in Mordon loom,
God!
but also Fruit of the Loom.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going for.
Loom. You should name it Looming Jute or something like that. Anyways, I hate that. I hate that.
I have some spellcasters that I'm looking for while I'm here. Other than that, I'll check out the alchemy shop after.
Okay, then. Very well, then. My servants will be waiting at the door, ready to hand you your rewards. I will see about securing you some additional supplies, perhaps, if need be. For now, I think Roscoe and I have some catching up to do. I will unleash you upon the city. Please do not cause too much chaos.
I won't blow up all the ports. That's a
Don't
joke.
worry, I have my Ion Caria.
I'm not the one you should worry about. I'm not the one diving off of waterfalls and fighting evil monsters. I fight them in a safe
What do you mean you were the evil monster we were fighting? That's a joke.
Yes, it is a very
Please.
truthful
No,
statement.
actually, that's fair. Okay, you're correct. Let's go.
You know, I distinctly remember
granted-
someone going into battle by challenging a creature and then proceeding to almost die by getting hit with 3 axes to the face. I wonder
And
who
I-
that was.
And I frequently remember someone choking me to death. Anyways, let's go.
As it comes,
Yeah.
as they bicker, I push them towards the door gently.
Just before the door closes and the arbiters shut it, Stanislav looks towards Roscoe and says, "You think I should recommend them a therapist too?"
Also, now that we're through the door and him and Roscoe are still talking in that chamber, I think now would be a good time to mention that just on the lower part of, like, back corner of Roscoe's peg leg, there's a little scribble that says Siren was here.
Smiley face.
Smiley face.
It's her mark of death. He's the next one. She's gonna choke to death.
When did you do it? When did you do that?
I just imagine that, like, she scribbled it on a random piece of wood and then he happened to have used that to make his peg leg. Just coincidentally.
That would be funny. Yes. Yeah. Fuck it. That's how it went. So you guys have been turned loose. You each individually have shops you wish to visit.
Yes.
For GMing purposes, can you give me the exact gold amount we all have as a total, so I can
As a total.
so I can split it even? Yeah, that we've
I think it's
earned
72.
from
I think it's 72,500.
Between the 7 of you, who
yeah.
each
'Cause I
has,
want to do the math.
each of you got 12,500,
Oh shit.
Mhm.
and in
Where's
total
the
that comes out to 87,500 gold.
Let's go, baby!
87,000.
Nice.
87,500 gold in total between all 7 of you.
Not
I'm
bad.
gonna buy so much tea.
Holy! Whoa!
I can buy-
Okay.
I can buy so many carts with this, guys.
Yes,
Yes.
you could.
Hold
We
on, I'm
could
out of-
go ba- I would like to mention we could go back to every town that we visited and feed them for an entire year, and we would still not have lost a single digit out of that.
Yes.
So
Holy,
so wait, each of us gets how much?
12,500.
1,500. Yeah.
12,000.
Ooh.
What about Vair?
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
No.
Yeah.
What
What about you,
Fire
share?
gets to start his horde.
The dragon gets exotic feed.
Let's
Ooh.
go.
Oh.
But
Okay,
yes,
everybody, just to make Vair happy, I'm gonna need you all to pool your gold in the back of the wagon and leave Vair.
Fire gets to snack on platinum pieces.
Yeah, it's
No,
just
no.
rolling around
Oh.
like a fucking cat in the gold.
Catnipy wild.
Yeah, baby. Okay, so, it is getting to 1 o'clock in the morning. It'd be a good time to start wrapping it up.
Yeah.
I am tempted because I do want to introduce. No, fuck it. Let's do a die roll.
Well, what I was going to suggest is perchance sometime during the week make a in the roleplay chat like a list of what each shop does and just kind of have us interact with that.
Absolutely. Also. Okay, yeah. So, Chico wants to visit the bookstore. Karia wants to find a weapon, as does Siren. Siren also probably wants to. Siren.
It hurts.
There is also that. You are the 1% now. Not even close. Definitely way above most people. That's for damn sure. But yes, there's still that tea store in town as well.
And I did commission that tiny cart.
Yes, you did. Hollow, you're getting an even bigger cart. But no, you're gonna go seek out that coven. Vark, is there a particular thing you'd be looking for?
Aside
Sorry,
from
look-
maybe a shopping trip to the what's it called? Aside from maybe a shopping trip to the chemical store
Mhm.
for a specific magic item, However, I believe Shaco can make that for him. So maybe
Yeah.
not. Aside
Ask
from
you-
that,
Ask me, like you might. We can work something out.
we already talked about it before.
If I have any
Um,
leftover money, I might come to you as well, Trico.
Aside from that,
Yes.
nothing comes to mind immediately besides talking to Hieronymus and his companion
That's right, he's here.
in regards to how to and where to progress from now in regards to joining the society.
Okay, so you're going to be visiting the local society branch.
Yes.
And Flick will be visiting the store Mapping Mordan.
Yes.
Anything else
yes.
you would like to do?
For me, might do a bit of shopping after I visit the map maker. But as for what specifically I will go and shop for, I'll have to think on that.
I mean, you could just browse
Because I
around.
already have. Because I already.
You could browse around and see what stores are around.
That is true. That is true.
Also, Cam, if they do go with the whole buying a mansion, I will make them go through the whole exorcism process as well.
Wait, what?
Cam said, buy a mansion, become Kazuma.
Oh,
That's
no.
true. I mean, with the money
Oh,
we all
no.
have, unanimously, we could probably commission a massive building.
Oh no! Hear me out, Karya. 500 large carts.
Okay.
Grim, they are
While-
not, Grim, they are neither wealthy enough to be emperors, nor are they groovy enough.
One day.
Are you telling me Lolo is not groovy enough?
She is, not you.
Then we should.
I'm sorry, but you're thrown off the groove.
Yes, she used to be an empress. Then she got turned into a capybara by poison. Yes, doubly fucking ironic considering who she's the familiar for, a poisonous witch.
Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever.
So is Karya Kronk, and
Yes.
and Holo Holo is Isma.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all come together now.
Also,
Cool.
Ken, for what it's worth, I am looking for a mountaintop. It's lost and being held by demons or gods. We don't know yet, but I gotta kill them.
Yay!
Karya, could you pull that lever for me, please?
Yes, I'm on it.
Wrong lever. Anyway, so I got a basic idea of what stores people want to go to. Flick, before we break up for the day, since you said you'd be okay with doing a bit of browsing, roll me a d20.
Yeah.
Just a d20.
D20. Sure thing. 14.
Okay, yeah. You find a store that advertises itself as... Second? So I've got the... Yeah, that's the list so far. Right. Of the one you've rolled. The House of Ind. Curiosities big and small. Advertises itself as being a curio shop.
Ooh.
He'll kind of look over the storefront a bit. One of his ears promptly twitching a bit in curiosity. And it kind of adjusts his hood a bit so he can get a better look, possibly a little peek of what's inside.
Despite the outer facing being the typical Grim Mordani facing, with like black iron and paint and dingy glass, the sign itself is in big font. It's sort of almost kind of sloppily painted, in a way that's just jaunty enough to be charming. And it's written in a particular script. What languages do you speak?
I speak. Let me look. Should be. I speak Common, Catfolk, Elven, and Goblin.
Okay. So there is a small script that's like a subheader that you don't quite make out. It seems to be in a language you don't understand. But the name Ind is familiar to you. Would you make me a knowledge local or knowledge history check?
I'll go knowledge local.
Okay,
Hey, look at that.
how about that?
Nice.
You recall that Ind is an island just west between the Titan's Arm and the Quadranon. Whoop. You know it to be a island of halflings. Ones that are
Hmm.
a little more on the hard-bitten, tough living style. It's a very windswept isle. It's they're mostly known as being goat herders. They live simple, Spartan lives, but are known for being a good-natured, hospitable, and hardworking. To find a store that specifically advertises itself as the House of Ind is interesting. Little India.
Flick is a bit split on whether or not he wants to stop by the map maker first and show off his progress, or maybe stop in a little bit to the shops, poke around and see what lies within.
Okay. You open the door, and it's warmly lit. There's a jingle of the bell above your head. It is cluttered and claustrophobic and packed to the brim with items. And I do mean that. This is like a hoarder's paradise. The shelves are sloppily stacked with items and through the name, big and small. There's chests and barrels all over the place. Centerpieces. There's a set of 4 crates in the very middle, on top of which there are bins filled with things. Chest laying off into the corner, half open, with a bunch of things spilling out of its mouth. There's a whole wall of what looks to be rolled up parchments and books and everything else. And yet further, going into the back, there is more space with more items behind the counter. Also behind the counter, and the reason you were able to see all that clutter was through a very big door, is the shopkeeper, who is this hunched over, but not because he looks elderly or anything. Very wide, very big, very stocky looking individual whose head comes up to the ceiling. His shoulders are broad as a barn. His arms are huge. His legs are pudgy and big and half bowed beneath him as he leans down. His arms, honestly, at the way they look, they're long enough to just reach out to the shelves anywhere in the shop as it is. As he regards you with a big cheery smile and a big button red nose, completely with a radiating cheer that defies his current location in the world, waves one big clumsy hand and goes, "Oh, hello there. Welcome to the House of
Hello.
Ind."
Damn it. I've landed in Wisconsin again.
Oh, no, not Wisconsin. This is not a Wisconsin accent. Hello there. I can't really do much of a Midwest accent, but it's not Wisconsin. This is a West Country accent, English. That is kind of it's kind of like the Midwest of England. Typical, what do you call it? Grassroots, blue collar, farm working people, very simple. There's an entire song about the lifestyle called "I've got a brand new combine harvester and I'll give you the key." Yes, their typical catchphrases. "Oh, but yes, as his big pudgy hand waves down at you and he says, "Oh, hello there. Welcome to the House of Ind. I've got all kinds of curiosities if you're interested."
I didn't know we were in Yorkshire.
Well, I happened to spy your shop. I'm just passing by. open to mind if I'd probably browse around a bit. Maybe ask.
But of course, just take your time. We've got all kinds of curiosities here about the shop. We've got, if you're looking for a little something interesting, if you're looking for a present for your mate or for your wife, or maybe if you just need a little bit of something to spend your pocket money on that's burning a hole in your pocket, then the House of Inn, what's lost becomes found in our little shop. So please have a look around. And if you can't reach that, if you can't get to the top to the top shelves, just ask me.
This is where you're gonna find one of the
That's
most
true.
heinous and cursed artifacts known to mankind.
How did you know?
Well, speaking.
I can't.
Well, speaking of which, Flick will actually approach the counter and place a hand on it and say, I believe I recall your island. I forget if I've ever visited or not,
Oh,
but
yeah, in your own country, yes.
if you don't mind my asking, and he'll look around, kind of looking back towards the door, probably looking around just the shop itself, and he'll lean in a bit more towards the shopkeeper itself and say, anything curious you dredge up from the waves at all, or
Oh well, so
find
as luck
recently?
would have it, when I was back home, I don't know how I would do it, but every time I go walking along the beach, I'd trip over the darndest things. I'd find chests full of strange oddities. I'd find chests full of gold, cursed or otherwise. I'd find bags full of discarded eds and other stuff. Sometimes I'd find just a weapon washed up on the shore. Sometimes I'd find a bag, or I'd find a backpack or something, or some leftovers from a wrecked ship from one of the pirates nearby that blew up one of the trade ships that came close. And I find the most interesting things. And after a while, I thought, well, Indy, why not start a shop? Because people come asking me about these things when I bring them home, and I decorate me home with them. And then I thought, well, I could make a business off that. If nothing else, I love shared me curiosities with the world. And so, there was one thing that happened where he lifts up one of his big pudgy hands, and there's a gleaming ring with an emerald on it. There's, I went and put this ring on, you see, and now it won't come off. And I got a bit too big for the other Afflings on the island. So they kindly paid for me passage on a boat, shipped me here to Mordan with all me belongings, and I made a shop out of it. Honestly, it's not so bad. Being this big, I can reach all the top shelves, nobody looms over me, and well, I get to share me curiosities with the world. So, tain't so bad.
This poor guy grew because of a ring.
After that point, though, I did learn to not just put on every bit of jewelry you find. So sometimes someone threw it away for a reason.
You'd seem awfully large for a halfling coming in.
Oh God, do not say he's a fulling. That's not okay.
I just understood. Now I get it.
He's a 3/4ling.
It might be 3/4. How tall is he?
His head reaches the fucking ceiling.
He's more than a full. He's more than a full.
Yeah, he sounds taller than Kari.
He's significantly taller than Taria. This man is Wreck-It Ralph proportions.
Kari is like 7 feet. Like this dude is.
This man is like
not...
10, maybe breaking 11 or 12.
Yeah.
Wow, he's a giant, proper giant.
Hence why Flick is not trying to say anything anything like that about his height.
All things considered, though, he really just does seem like a sort of a blown up halfling. He doesn't look bigger, he doesn't look fitter, he doesn't look more muscular. He just looks like the normal, like sort of comfy fullness of a halfling set to Wumbo.
And large.
So I have the correct identification now.
Wumboling.
He's two and
Or
a half.
doubling, yeah.
Doubling. Yeah, Grim is saying like thriceling. Cam said quadling,
The wrestling.
twiceling, thriceling.
I love
Yeah.
it here. I
No,
love
two
it
and a
here.
half, obviously.
Yes.
2.5 men.
Yeah, the two and a half.
Man. Anyway, so he says, on occasion we do get some things come dredging up out of the deep. Sometimes we get sailors and pirates who pass through these ports, and they have to unload a couple of curiosities, and I take it from them. Why do you ask?
Hmm.
In the market for something particular?
Well, anything really. Anything you might have hauled in recently. I'd be willing to take a look at, take a peek at.
Oh, you'd have to be a bit more specific than that. We get a fair bit of stock cycling in. Well, admittedly, not quite as much cycling out. He kind of chuckles and looks around the shop.
Flick will ponder for a sec. For coming to one option and turning to him and saying, Any other jewelry haul up besides what you got?
Oh, well, plenty. We've got rings, we've got necklaces, we got chokers, we got anklets, we've got chains, we've got everything you could be looking for.
Any necklaces?
Necklaces, oh, plenty of those. Anything you're looking for? You're looking for an emerald, a ruby, no gem, yes gem, maybe gold, maybe silver, maybe electrum.
It can be maybe some silver, maybe something ruby, perhaps.
Ruby and silver. We did get something come through I think it was a few months ago. Ooh. I have to have a look around back.
No problem.
Now, specifically, why is he looking for this? This is tied to his backstory?
Well, either it's might be.
Just out of character, I am
something.
If you can maybe DM me where you're looking to go with this. Because it has been a bit since we've been over your backstory.
Oh yeah. I actually had an idea.
Yes. As he goes around through the door to the back, and there's more than a little clanking, clattering, and the sound of things being knocked over. And then things being like shoved up into a pile, rearranged, put back on top of each other. And then the sound of little chains jingling.
Yes.
Okay.
Something like that.
Right. Right, yeah. Well, we did have a couple. He places a couple on. One looks like a circular, typical-looking amulet with a big ruby set in the center, made with a shining sterling silver. And then the other one is something of a more like Celtic knot design, with a sort of spiral chain. This one supposedly came from. I don't think this one came out of the ocean. This was the more generic looking one. I think this one came out of. What was that place? That's where all the universities are. That one. I forget. But the.
It's not the one where the Dexter fellow came from, is he? I think I've heard
Oh, you
stories
heard
about
about him, eh? Yeah, the wanted murderer.
heard-
Yes, him. The
heard a story that
Mhm.
I heard a story they apparently teamed up with a group of adventurers going off somewhere to look for something. Apparently, last I heard, he was spotted in a distant city. Apparently, must have thrown one of his buddies through a wall or something because he also tore his arm clean off.
Yikes! Oh, well, that's a hell of a deal. Well, best of luck to him. But those universities, a lot of the students, as far as I heard, they have to make a thesis for their graduation, and usually that comes in the form of an item they make. And as I understand it, this is one of them, which is why it looks so shite. I don't know what this does. If it does do anything, honestly, probably not what you're looking for. He then just sweeps it onto the floor. This one, spirally one. This one apparently was found at the heart of a whirlpool. Supposedly, it was. Yeah, apparently, it was the one responsible for it.
If I know anything about magic amulets, is that they're capable of doing just about anything, and if it's capable of causing, if it's capable of causing a whirlpool, then it sounds like certainly sounds like something pretty strong.
Well, if you'd like to have it, I could part with it for I don't know, 150 gold.
This is a fun place to getcha.
If that's not too,
you'll think. Yeah, think about it for think on it and say, let me think about it for a sec, but definitely keep it on the table.
I'll bring it down to 100.
Fair.
Nice round number. Now what you're looking for, I think I might have an idea. A mean, surly looking woman came through a little while ago. Practically demanding something like that, now that I remember it. You have to excuse me, ever since this ring went on, I've had a few holes in my brain. I don't believe she was she was surly, she was mean, she was demanding. And honestly, the amulet was curious, but it didn't really do much. It was a curiosity in the rawest the rawest sense of the word. So I parted with it for cheap just to get her out of my shop. I think she was.
She have raven black hair at all?
Oh, black as the night sky, flanked by these two, by a couple of very piratey looking ones. She also
Flicks.
She had this.
Both of Flixier's.
She had this shiny looking rapier on her hip too. I asked her if she might be interested in selling that, but she said, what was it? She'd take my eye out with it before she'd give it to me. So, not exactly a great customer.
Both of Flixier's kind of broaden out a bit and say, I think I know who that is.
Well, if you're looking to get that from her, for one, I'd best of luck with that. She doesn't seem like she's great to be negotiated with. Kind of Irish, anyway. If you're looking, if you're looking to find out where she is, I've gone to Irish again. If you're looking to find her, I don't quite know where she went. You might want to ask around the ports a little bit. She's plenty recognizable. She was real gussied up when she came in here.
I think I know to look for.
Well,
It hasn't been too long.
well, I'm happy I helped you find at least one thing you're curious about.
That much I appreciate. Very much so.
I don't suppose I can interest
Well,
you in this amulet for 100 gold.
I'll take it. Sure.
Beautiful. Tell your friends about this place. I'm sure they'll find something they're looking for too.
Sure. I'll be sure. I'll be sure to spread the good word.
Much appreciated. Word of mouth is great for sales. As he then takes the gold, slides you the amulet, and yeah.
I'll slip it into one of my jacket pockets
Wonderful.
and say, "Well, I'll have to come back. I'll have to come back in a little while, if at all. I have some other business I have to get to. I shouldn't keep you too long. Don't want to keep the customers waiting."
Oh, don't worry about that. There's barely anybody here. But your business is appreciated, and if you ever want to swing by again, I'll happily have you.
Of course.
It's always the indie way is to be hospitable, and you'll never find better hospitality than from a halfling.
If that one visit from Ind is anything to go by, so hospitality is in good supply.
Well, I hope you have a good trip, and I hope she doesn't try to stab you whenever you find her. Have a good one. Tell your friends.
Yes, you as well. And as he heads out the door, and as he kind of adjusts his hood back up a bit, kind of looks around, lets out a sigh and says, "Sure hopes it doesn't," and heads on over to the map maker.
Yay. Okay, that is where I'm going to call the session for today. We'll do full
Perfect.
shopping next session when Mallory is present. That way, everybody can do what they want to do, and you guys. Can
I
have
told
that
one
session
about-
online.
I told her about the gun store. She's interested.
Of course, she is.
Of course.
Okay. Shops available.
I'm sorry. I love this. I love this halfling in front of ours, but I cannot not see his face as a gacha. Who knows what you're gonna get? Because from what I can understand, he's not too sure what he gets.
You're absolutely correct.
Me when I pulled
Huh?
the 5-star character.
the five. The
Yes.
5-star.
One of the
magic
fun
item.
things about this shop is that you can just look around, and there will be any number of magical items that I'll be able to throw in front of you, and you can have fun with that.
He actually has like some witch's phylactery somewhere in the back,
Possibly.
Yes.
and like that lich is still looking for that to this day.
Also, I'll be right back.
Guns, clock. Tick tock on the Glock. Yep.
Hey Sierra, an idea.
Yeah.
Because I just saw your message. What if? Okay, hear me out. You have a shield and you have a chakram, and if you can somehow get a returning chakram, that could be cool.
What kind of weeby fantasy are you on about?
Listen, chakrams are like circle shaped. You can make that into a moon design.
Well, or
No, I
alternatively-
can't. No, I can't because someone is.
Alternatively, you could always
Spend money.
well, I could say spend money, but I was actually more referencing you could always just turn the shield into a giant chakram and throw that.
That could be cool. So
Well,
Okay.
guys, I don't even know what a chakram is.
A chakram
A
is
chakram is a
a
circle blade.
circular blade with a handle on one side that can be used to swing it, or it can be thrown. It literally is just like a circular blade with a handle.
I see.
As far as I understand it, I don't know historically how useful they were, but as I understand it, they were a bit of a fantasy weapon. But they didn't have
Yeah,
their
I mean
uses.
they existed. It's just one of those things. I think it's an
Well,
Indian weapon if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Indonesian, I think.
Indonesian.
Indonesian. There
Right.
we go.
Also,
But also,
to consult your question, sir. No. So, a light crossbow still requires 2 hands. They're just quicker to reload than a heavy crossbow.
Everything
I
you have a
see.
hand.
Your light, unless you have a buckler equipped, any shield above a buckler, so a light shield, heavy shield, takes up a hand. You have your shield in one hand. You would be able to have a hand crossbow in one hand, but then both hands would be filled up, and you would not be able to cast any spells that require somatic components. Any spells that don't require somatic components, you can cast just fine, as long as you're able to
I
speak.
see. Mm-hmm. Okay, I see. Makes sense.
Yeah, light crossbows still have like the elongated butt, the squeeze trigger, the need to pull back the string. Hand crossbows can be held in one hand, but still need both hands to reload.
And like you said, light crossbows are quicker to reload than heavy crossbows. So would that mean that a light crossbow to reload takes a swift action rather
Move
than a
action.
standard? Move action.
Heavy
I see.
crossbows, I believe, require a full action to reload,
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
unless you have
Okay, I
the
they can,
rapid
like-
reload feat.
Oh fuck. Okay, so I'm gonna strategize this.
I would say, wait until you've actually had a chance to check out some of the, some of the weapon stores, see what's
Weapons,
available,
yeah.
because there are things that are going to be there, and I'm looking forward to getting to those. But yes,
Okay.
thank you everybody for coming by. That was a nice chill session.
It was.
It was.
just wait for the next session where
Next
something
session,
goes wrong.
next session is the financial equivalent of torture.
Hmm. And then after that, we can go off and kill things again.
Then
Joking.
you can plot a course to wherever the hell you want to go after. Yes,
That is
and that
true.
may include killing things.
All right, I'm back.
Wait, this is the
Fine.
part of the game. Oh shit, this is the part of the game where you're actually letting us go fucking loose. Okay.
Yes, like I said, I'm gonna have the early part of the game with something of a shepherding and a direction I'm gonna push you guys in. Now, you guys have more solid character motivations. You have your personal stories you want to pursue. You have leads, but none of me shoving you in a particular direction like at the beginning. Now you guys have total freedom. Now you have money, you have leads, you have contacts, and you have motive. So you have the means and the reasons to go forth and do whatever the fuck you think is necessary.
And
I
we
thought-
have the money.
But I
I
think
like
That's the
Right.
important bit. You have the money, you can charter a fucking ship rather than being broke ass bitches.
The funny
Like-
thing, hold on. The funny thing here is, hold on. I told Nick I told our friend, mutual friend, the Alpha and the Omega. Look at big money. I can buy one magical item.
Ah,
I mean,
Actually-
depends. Like, you could, what do you call it? In Pathfinder and 3.5, magic items are way more purchasable, and gold has a worth. A magical, like a +1 magical weapon, I believe, is 2,000 gold, whereas a +1 magic armor is like.
Oh, sorry. I meant like magic item, like a lantern.
Oh, okay.
For example, like lantern and revealing. That's
Yeah.
that's the type I meant.
Yeah, there's all kinds of wondrous items. Their price range goes
Yeah,
all over the
wondrous.
fucking place. Yeah, their
Wondrous. That's what it's called.
yeah, their price range goes all over the fucking place.
I
Yes.
see. I can buy one.
Yes. As Cam puts it, you have agency, which means you now have responsibility too, which is
that's
fun.
true.
oh boy, I think we should probably start working as a group to find out where the fuck we want to go next.
I
Yeah,
think
I
that
think
will be my homework to you guys over the next couple weeks is to find out which direction you want to go in. You could make this the Vark arc. You could just make that a stopping point and go for something else.
Yeah, that's true. I right now I'm in the mindset of doing Varkark because I need to do research myself.
As do I.
Same.
Yeah, and so academia trip might not be a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Plus, I could. While I doubt it, I potentially could make some contacts in right circles as well. Potentially.
I'm about to make a contact in a certain circle, but yeah,
Oh baby.
or attempt.
Also,
to.
I've also got
Flick is,
some fun random events planned out for you guys here in Mordon for when you're just walking
Oh,
around.
Brightbeard, hi! No, I'm
Hey,
kidding.
how you doing?
We missed you, buddy.
Flick is split between whether or not he wants to contact a certain person or keep his head low because reasons.
Anyway, thank you guys very much for coming, players and viewers. All very much. It has been a pleasure. I'll see you guys next Saturday as we continue this. And we start getting kicked off to the point where I finally let these rabid hellions loose on the rest of my world.
Yes. How is this affecting Cam's side of things? Isn't he running a game in that?
It is in a separate part of the world. Where he's not running a game in it. He's making a setting on another continent in the world, and that's removed. Different side of things.
So I'm waiting for us to do the cataclysmic thing that ends up happening on the other. That ends up happening here that gets heard about on the other side.
Yes, it's like,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
yeah.
did you hear about there's a section of the world on the other side that just ended?
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, you guys have actually, weirdly enough, already met somebody from that side of the world. Or at least some of you have.
God damn it, Roscoe.
Not Roscoe.
Damn. I made a shot in the dark.
I mean, some of you who were in the original campaign remember Coral.
I remember Coral, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the robot?
Yes.
That was the little robot guy. He walked.
That was the Aquaforged.
I want to find him again.
Hmm?
I miss
He's-
him.
Oh wait,
He's around.
I don't think I was there for that because I don't think I think I joined later.
You were only
No,
really
no,
there
no,
for
you were there.
You were there for like the
You
last
were
couple
there.
sessions. And Coral was present. He was working as the quartermaster of the ship. He was the Aquaforged.
Oh, now I
the one with
remember.
the one with the porthole view. I will 1 second.
Oh yeah.
And he's still around. He exists. You have to find him though.
I love it.
Yeah,
home,
Coria and
bring
him
him
had a
home.
talk when he got mad for everybody killing.
Bring my boy home. I want to ask about Hello Lucy.
Little Coria.
Let me
I
see.
love-
Let me see.
I love Grim antagonizing Cam over having zappy stun things in his games. Grim has a tendency to maliciously weaponize anything that does a stun feature. Anyway, good night, everybody, and that's where I'm going to leave it off for today. I'll see you next time.
Good night,
Alright,
everybody.
night, Ram.
Good night.
Got to go.
Good night.